Please welcome our referees.
The person whom you're trying to reach is currently on.
Right, okay, I'm back then. A very good morning and welcome to the first day of competition at the Budapest Grand Slam here in Hungary. We're watching the opening contest in the under 66. Not quite. This is down at mat number 3. So it's the opening contest in the under 66 kilo category. Beg your pardon, yeah. Ari Berliner in the white judogi up against Kongrats Benza of Hungary. I was just about to say there's no score. Let's change that pretty quickly. Lovely Sode Tsurikomi Goshi there from Kongrats. That was beautifully done, really. Nice piece of action and no not even a fist pump allowed. Once you're done, minimum amount of contact. So off you went. Right, nice start to the morning. Well, for Kongrats anyway. Berliner won't feel as though he's given his best, but that's the way it happens sometimes. Coming up next, Bagrati Niniashvili of Georgia goes up against Denis Vieru of Moldova. It will be Niniashvili in the white judogi, Vieru in blue. He had such a good year last year, Vieru. See how he gets on now that we've got, well, a little bit of judo left in 2020. See what he can salvage from this year, if anything. Niniashvili not troubled by that low right-sided Ojigari effort. dealt with that fairly easily. Nice grip over the back by the Georgian now, just threatening to go over on the right side. Ujigari brings Hieru down onto his front, but there's no score, and the referee decides that's not going anywhere, so he calls mate. Not much between these two, is there? Little stab at maybe the Sode Tsuri Komigoshi there from Niniashvili, but he didn't go through with it. Strong defense from Hieru. Chance to work on the arm here, not the best position. Niniashvili is able to squeeze out of there. Came out of there unscathed in the end. Looked dangerous for a second or so. Nice effort there from Niniashvili. Looks nice and settled, the Georgian. Big right-sided effort from Hieru. Looked as though he wanted to finish off with Makikomi, but well defended by Niniashvili. Half the contest gone, no scorers yet. And it's Niniashvili who picks up the penalty. Pretty rarely, I think it's been a nicely balanced contest. Possibly a little bit harsh on Niniashvili. Maybe he just took his foot off the gas for a while. Anyway, a single Shido against the Georgian as Hieru looks to go with that right-sided Sumigaishi. Really wasn't going anywhere. Both fighters just gathering themselves now, taking a bit of a breath there. And it's Niniashvili who goes over the top again with that right arm, almost countered. Time the Yoko Tomanagi from Hieru that pushes Niniashvili back. Again, Niniashvili looking for that grip around the collar, but not able to use it. And now he does. Good score. Yep. Kosotakaki from Niniashvili. It was that right arm up and around the collar that threatened Hieru. Came up with a good score there. Half a minute left to go. Didn't take long. I thought that was a good score. They waved it away. Referee gave Wazari originally. Looked okay to me. For some reason they decided against it. All right, Vieira lives to fight another day. Certainly looked for a moment as though he was on his way out. Very little time to come back. Good strong effort there from Iniashvili, and now it's Vieira who looks under pressure. 12 seconds left to go. Just when you want the clock to keep going, Vieira is able to take a bit of a breather and gather himself here. Has to tidy up his gi. He does pick up the passivity penalty. Iniashvili as well was able to just take a little time to gather himself. Not sure who it suited most there. Vieira, I think, to be honest. He was the one who was coming under the biggest threat. Vieira again looking for the Sutemi-waza. He's done well to avoid that, to be honest, Iniashvili. Just breaking up the grips there. We've had 20 odd seconds of, I might call it half a minute of golden score. And it's still Iniashvili who looks the stronger of the two. I don't really mean that physically, but he's just looking the more likely to score. Yeah. Well, he decided to go for it, didn't Iniashvili? Got countered. Just pulled down onto his side. Oh, he's given it to Iniashvili. Well, how did that... Oh, I'm glad that worked out that way, because Iniashvili was the more aggressive of the two. I thought for a moment that he'd given it to Vieira for the counter. Luckily, he hadn't.
Next contest, first round for men under 66 kilos.
Right, minor bit of confusion there, only on my part, however. Right, Iniashvili of Georgia, it was, who won out there. Rightly so, I think. And coming up next, it's Shigeki Nakamura of Kosovo. He's up against Adebayo Olympio of Togo. Nakamura in the white judo gi, Olympio in blue. I can't remember having seen either of these two, to be honest. Right-sided effort from Olympio, easily avoided by Nakamura.
Az Amerikai Egyesült Államokat képviseli. Maria Colgan ellenzene képben Mongolia színe után. Alcáncer Pashu.
Olympio guilty of just having a finger inside the sleeve, and he picks up a penalty. Olympia's going to have to find a way to deal with that strong right arm, which is just really pushing into the chest of Olympio, but without really doing a great deal. And Nakamura it is who picks up penalty. Left-sided effort. Ippon Seoinage. And he throws Olympio for Ippon. Nicely done. It's the second Ippon of the morning. That really was well done. Right, okay, so I think this is the first time they're going to mention the protocols that are in place given the pandemic. No need to go into that too much. I think we're all well aware of the fact that we are operating in incredibly difficult times, but not even a fist pump. I think once the fighters have bowed, there's no need to get involved in anything like that. Nathan Burns of Ireland and Killian Leblouf of France are up next. Burns in the white judogi, Leblouf in blue. Yeah, both these fighters looking for a place in the qualification spots. It's really tricky because there's a lot of depth in the weight division. It goes without saying, doesn't it, to be honest? I mean, there's just depth right through, but I get the feeling that there are a few divisions where someone who would be an attractive fighter, someone who probably from everything that they've been doing deserves a shot at the games, may not get it just simply because there are so many other fighters in the division who are likely to make qualification a bit too difficult for them anyway. It's penalties for both fighters. And the blue was lucky to get his head up there. Right-sided Morote Seoinage, a chance for Burns to work on the ground. The blue tidies up his defense and Burns finding it difficult to work his way in. No scorers yet. 2:20 odd left to go. Thought about going over on the left side there, Leblouf, but didn't quite work out for him. Burns just making it a little bit uncomfortable. Leblouf trying to work out how to get past the defense of the Irishman.
The time 2, next contest, the first round for men under 66 kilo. In white judogi representing Mongolia, Bayan Narmata. In blue judogi representing Albania, Ingrid Julhai.
Neat little bit of work there. It's funny how the referee, who was slightly further away from the action, called that for Wazari. I like the look of that for Wazari. The coach thought otherwise. He was in a slightly better position than the referee. Different point of view. Ustini Balash is the referee in the middle from Hungary. You got that one right, I'm afraid, as far as Nathan Burns is concerned.
Egyes számú szinteken női 57 kg-ban Oroszországot képviseli fehér zsúdóruhában Anastasia Kovina ellenfele kékben, Szerbia színeiben Marika Persic.
Quick look at the clock. Into the last 20 seconds. Got to go now. Whatever you've got, give it up now. Time's running out. Couldn't get an attack in the last 20 seconds. Yeah, frustration for Nathan Burns as Gillian LeBlanc made that last 20 seconds really difficult. And one would have thought that with 20 seconds to go, you could find some opportunity to try something. But LeBlanc really closed it down. And as I was mentioning before, that protocol where the fighters leave the tatami without even so much as a fist pump, very much on show here. I know the whole idea of judo is, respect your opponent, and it's become part and parcel of the way that things play out, that after the bow, at the end of the contest, at the end of the bow, you normally, a little bit of a tap around the shoulder or something, you come together. Well, all of that has had to go out of the window, I'm afraid, for obvious reasons. So I don't think we're going to see any controversy about anyone not shaking hands with anyone, because you're not supposed to do it anyway. So that one, we've saved ourselves that particular headache. Vijay Kumar Yadav of India is up against Davud Mamadsov of Azerbaijan. It's Yadav in the white judogi, Mamadsov in blue. I remember chatting to Yadav a while back. Team from India, I can't remember where it was. It could have been Paris, I suppose. They're not always on the circuit. And I thought I'd go over there and chat with members of the team, ask them how they were getting on. They've got some useful players in that group. And it's one of those countries where you feel if they had a greater degree of exposure, they'd probably perform that much better. The fact of the matter is that they are so, it's rare to see them on the international circuit. And I think as a result of that, you don't get to see the best of them. This is the under 60 kilo category, round one. We have round one of the under 66 kilo category. There's another pool on map 2, but I think we're not going to move from here for a while. you can see what's going on the other mats. And if you fancy joining one of those, then by all means click on mat 2 or mat 1 and be able to get that action. We've just got the one commentator today. You've got me, I'm afraid. I'm going to put up with my voice again. Mind you, the very least that we can say is that you've got some judo. At least you've got that. And I suppose over the next couple of days, I'll try to get some information about what is likely to happen as far as tournaments in the future are concerned and where the tour will go next. We're extremely lucky, I think, extremely lucky to be able to have judo taking place.
Tatami 2, next contest, first round for men under 66 kilo. In the white judo be representing Philippines, Nakano Shuken. In the blue judo be representing Turkey, Sinan Sandal.
Both fighters pick up penalties for negative gripping. Yadav it is, who was thinking about Satemi was slightly untidy with the hands, and as a result of that, the lower part of the technique was ineffective. There was no real chance of him bringing that off. Had secured things on the top, and again, little untidy, slight desperation in there. Not getting the timing right there. Two attempts at Satemi was a back-to-back, and both pretty much ending up as unattractive attempts. You have to be careful with that now. You've shown your hand on a couple of occasions, and I can see two possibilities here. Either Mamadzoy is going to recognize what's going on, and it is Mamadzoy, and he's going to counter him. Or the referee, Vasily Smolin, is likely to call a false attack, because they are bordering on it's not a great deal. Left-sided effort from Yadav, just threatening Mamadzoy there, and now a chance to work on the ground. We've run out of time, regulation time anyway, and we're going to need a period of golden score to talk this one out.
We have golden score on Tatami 3.
And now it's Mamadzoy's turn to try the Satemi Waza. They must have gone to the same school of Satemi Waza, because it was as ineffective as Yadav's. Neither of these two looking particularly sharp, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they've been off for a long time, and it's early in the day. Second penalty picked up by Yadav now. Counter for the third. Well, gave them every opportunity, I think. Even though they were playing with the edge of the contest area, the referee allowed things to develop there. Not only standing up, but also a little bit on the ground. But there was nothing coming of it, so he had no choice but to stand them up. We've had almost a minute of golden score. Mamadzoy just shading things for me, slightly ahead. And it's Yadav who's picked up 2 penalties, and Madsoy just the 1. Struggling to get his gi tidied up here. Can Madsoy finish things off? Don't really want to be hanging around too long, especially in the opening contest. It's so physically draining. That was a better effort from Wainagi. Again, just the top half, not really getting the kind of control that would allow him to threaten.
Kettes számú szőnyegen férfi 60 kg első fordulóján szőnyegverés Fehér
Madsoy is going to have to come back strongly now.
Feckó család ellenfele képen Mongóliát képviselő Tokfaján Horenduen.
Yeah, can't afford to be playing around with the grips here. You've already picked up a penalty. Yeah, you had to get to grips with your opponent. You fell into that trap, Yadav. Madsoy knew full well that he could afford
Please keep the
a
social distance. At least 1 chair, 1 space between you. So once again, we kindly ask you.
yeah, Yadav fell into that trap because Madsoy could afford to pick up a penalty. He was perfectly happy to close things down, make it difficult for both fighters, and clever work, tactically anyway, from Madsoy. May not have been the most attractive. Right, Joris Verstraeten of Belgium is up against Walid Kaya of France. Verstraeten in the white judogi, Kaya in blue.
Next contest, first round for weight number 60 kilograms in white for Belgium, Joris Verstraeten. In blue for France, Walid Kaya.
During this period from March to October, when we haven't had any judo, there's been a good opportunity to look at the standings, look at the IJF World Tour, the World Ranking List, and just have a think about who is more likely to benefit from the break, who in the various weight categories needed to have a break, either from injuries or get some form.
Representing International Judo Federation, Mohammad Rashtreza. Please go immediately on tatami 2.
Well, now that we've
Mohammad
returned to the tatami, it'll be interesting to see whether there is any noticeable difference for those who've had that break. Long break from high performance competition, actually. Nice turn, really good turn from Joris Verstraeten. Walid Kaya was always off balance. And the time he started that wasn't the best position in which to launch that attack. And Verstraeten came up with a good counter. That's the second Lazari given by the refereeing team, if you like, where I thought that was a good call. For whatever reason, it was overturned. Generally thought that that was nice counter. Anyway, Olive lives to fight on without the Wazari against him. With strong grip from the Frenchman. Yeah. You can't afford to have Walid Kaya with that grip for that length of time. I think that you're going to get away with it. If on it is. Yeah, it's a really tricky one, isn't it? Having been, you know, having gripped up with your opponent for the last 2 or 3 minutes, been rolling all over the floor with them, and coming into as close a contact as possible. It's a little tricky at the end not to feel that a fist pump at the end is too much to ask for. And of course, it's something that the fighters have become so accustomed to. But I think they're going to have to cut that out, or try to anyway. Naji David of Hungary up against Renan Torres of Brazil. Naji in the white today, Torres in blue. Brazil sent quite a strong team over. Interesting to see how they get on. They have to come from the furthest away, traveling under these conditions, and hotel stays and social distancing can't be easy. So many things to think about under normal circumstances, and these conditions are anything but normal. Both fighters pick up penalties. Ioana Babiuk, the referee, just wanting to see a little bit more action. Torres has picked up a second penalty with so much time left on the clock. Things don't look that good for him. Magic, the Hungarian, getting an outing in a Grand Slam. Ooh, that looked poor, didn't it? Third penalty, that'll do. I don't need to worry about the Jimmy. That's it, done. Third penalty. Yeah, that's it. Off you go. Naji not hanging around. Torres not keen to leave the tatami, but as I said, with only a minute and a half gone and 2 penalties already on the board, it didn't look promising for the Brazilian. Long way to come for no result. Right, Robert Shvidovadze of Russia goes up against Yanislav Gershev of Bulgaria. Shvidovadze in white today, Gershev in blue.
In blue judogi, representing Bulgaria, Yanislav Gershev.
Shvidovadze has the difficult task of following in the footsteps of Beslan Madranov and Arsene Galcia. Madranov won the under 60 kilo category Olympic title in 2016 in Rio. Arsene Galcian won the same title in London in 2012. So back-to-back Olympic gold medal wins for Russia in this weight category. Could they possibly get a third? I'm not sure if Shvilabadze would be as big an upset as Galstian or Madranov. Madranov wasn't a favourite in Rio. Well, nor was Galstian in London, but they both came out winners. And I think, in all fairness to Shvilabadze, he's even further down the pecking order than either of those two were. At least Madranov had a world silver medal in the lead up to Rio, had some form. Kashev a single Shido. They just want to have a look at that last action. Not sure what it was that they were, what caught the eye of the refereeing commission. It was the refereeing commission who decided that Shvilabadze would be awarded Wazari for that last action. A little bit of a desperate lunge there from Gershev. Shvilabadze blocked it easily. The Bulgarian coach just being asked to tone it down a little bit during contest. Once the contest gets underway, coaches aren't allowed to coach. Only during the mate, they all know that, but sometimes they get a little bit carried away. Anyway, Shvilabadze leads by Wazari. Now a second penalty picked up by Gershev. To make things that little bit uncomfortable, you're going to have a look at the scoreboard, feel that pressure of being a Wazari down 2 penalties against your name, and everything suggesting you should make something happen. Yes. You have to speak to him a second time. Not the first time that I've witnessed the Bulgarian coach exiting from the chair. Good pressure from Gershev there. Just stepping things up now. And Shvilabadze coming under a bit of pressure. He may feel perfectly comfortable. The Russian, he's had a look at the scoreboard, time ticking away, less than a minute. Wazari up, 2 penalties against your opponent. You've got to feel confident there. He's penalty free as well. He can really afford now to just close things down completely. Strong arms, strong defense. Keep his opponent away from him. should manage this fairly easily from here.
The number 2 men's contest first round for men under 60 kilograms. In blue jewelry, in white jewelry representing Azerbaijan, Karamat Huseynov. In blue jewelry representing France, Luka Mchedze.
In the background, you can hear our stadium announcer. He's from Georgia, and he's managed the Georgian name on the adjoining map really nicely. I think I've mispronounced that for the last couple of years. Shudabadze, anyway, speaking of Georgian names, for Russia wins out there over Gersha. That single score was enough to take him through to the next round.
első fordulójában Hungary Izrael színeiben Matelka Sani ellenfele kékben a Magyarországot képviselő Szabó Csaba.
Right, who we got coming up next then? Matan Shani of Israel up against Sabo Chaba of Hungary. Shani in the white judo, Chaba in blue.
That everyone representing Ukraine, Alla Radchenko, was not able to compete due to injury.
Chavo at 60 kilos. Hungarians really haven't had that kind of presence in the weight category. Chavo looking to establish himself in that spot. And the Israelis, well, maybe Daniel Ben David at 60 kilos. Before that, it's quite a while. Maybe Gal Yekutil, nice Uchigari there from Shani. And then maybe going all the way back to Eddie Coaz. The Israelis a little bit slightly better off, I think. Just Wazari, so they continue. Chavo thought he was on his way out. Shani thought he was on his way into round 2. Let's get the feeling that there is this, I don't know, air of it being that little bit more difficult to get scores. We've seen 3 corrections so far on this map. The referees have been corrected 3 times. On 2 occasions, they've gone from Wazari to no score, and on that occasion, it went from Ippon to Wazari. So whoever's sitting in the refereeing commission's seat, whichever refereeing commissioners are there, are giving out the signal as far as this map is concerned. Anyway, I can't speak for what's happening on the others, that it's just that little bit more difficult to come up with a score, because on the 3 occasions that scores have been given, I think I would have gone for, I would have agreed with the 2 Wazaris being given as scores, and they weren't. and I would have agreed with Joanna Fabiuk's Ippon there, and that went to Wazari. So as much as I want to go with my refereeing colleagues, just goes to show how much I know about refereeing, because I'd have got all of those wrong. And yet there's also the feeling that if you're going to get given Ippon, it should really be worth it. And there have been times in the past, the second penalty picked up by Shani, that's bad news for him, that Ippons were given when really it could have been Wazari, or Wazaris were given when they should not have been. Every sport that has this judgment call, rather than something like timing or measuring, they're much more precise. And when it's a judgment call, there's always room for disagreement. Different opinions about the same action. One person's Wazari is nothing, and another person's Wazari is an Ippon. We just have to accept that and take into consideration as well that it is a team of three. We only see one on the tatami, but the referee in the middle has got two colleagues who used to be called corner judges in the old days, but we just call them mat officials. Now her two colleagues would have agreed with that. And then you've got the refereeing commission behind. So Wazari was enough for Matan Shani to take this one. I think the score was Wazari. He did end up picking up 2 penalties, but that was enough to put him into the next round. There's still a couple of fighters who are surprised when asked to leave the tatami immediately after the contest. They want to go and shake hands or whatever, but I suppose that will sink in after a round or 2. Right, Tonika Takarawa of the Netherlands up next on mat 3. He's up against Sarı Yıldız of Turkey. Takarawa in the white jersey, Yıldız in blue. Takarawa was looking good towards the back end of 2019, beginning of this year, 2020. And unfortunate bit of timing for him. I was trying to suggest that there were some fighters who would benefit from a break, in exactly the same way that there were others who really didn't need a break. They would have loved for things to have gone on, as they have to be in good form or on good form. Takarawa maybe one of those who didn't need the break. Possibly Yildiz using the arm to trap the leg in that Kataguruma effort could be the only thing that they'd have stopped the action for. Yeah, I thought so. Shido picked up by Yildiz. When the top half broke down and you needed that extra push, or Yildiz needed that extra push, he just employed the elbow and the arm against the leg to try and wheel Chikadawa over. Other fighters have found ways of executing that Kataguruma without the arm now perfectly well. Yildiz just falling back into that habit, I suppose, of using the arm. And that was weak, I'm afraid. He picks up a second penalty, not surprised. Poor effort from Yildiz, and he didn't need to do that. I'm going to engineer something from that Sutemiwaza position. Chikadawa, however, was up to defending it. That's not a bad effort. Just off one sleeve. Had Chikadawa hopping just on one leg. Good grip here from Yildiz, but he wasn't able to use it, and Chikadawa wasn't going to hang around in that position for long. He managed to break that up. It's now the Dutchman's turn to have the dominant grip. A bit of a Kiashi Barai attempt that brings Yildiz down onto his front. Little time left to go here. Slightly untidy effort from Chikadawa. Just trying to keep looking busy without really doing a great deal. Chikadawa. Some useful little attacks Yildiz. Hasn't quite been able to come up with a scoring effort as yet. Just the signs now that Yildiz may be tiring, which will give Chikadawa a chance to come up with a score. Yildiz not able to defend as strongly as he did in the opening 3 minutes. Last minute, just signs now that Chikadawa is getting on top. Yeah, way too far away there, I'm afraid. Just going to let that one slide. That was a better effort, but he's left himself in a really difficult position momentarily in Kami Shiogatami, but he still had the strength to turn out.
And after the clinic will continue the contests on tatami 1 and also on tatami 2.
A higiéniai szabályok
So this contest is going to go into golden score.
Fogyasztási szünet következik.
Golden score, tatami 3.
Managing to spin out of that one, but good strong effort there from Yildiz. This is a good effort here from Yildiz, especially when you think that they're into the golden score period. Chikadova just flirting with danger there with the grip on the belt. Two things you want to try and avoid. You want to make sure that you don't have your hand on the belt for too long. So, and the other one is to make sure that you don't go below the belt. Chikadova now the one who has just fallen off the pace a little bit here. Minute of golden score that we've had, or just over. To keep up the rate of attack with Yildiz. He's the one with the 2 penalties against him. Chikadova can afford to play on that. Yildiz again looking as though he is the aggressor. Chikadova still getting the benefit of the doubt. 2 little stabs at Morote Serenagi, neither of them great effect.
Dear spectators, we remind you that in according to the protocol rules, it's necessary to complete the times in every 1 hour.
Almost off the wrong side there. Yildiz, that spirited effort, unfortunately, comes to an end. Chikadova with that little low, initially right-sided effort, where Yildiz fell off to the left, picks up the winning score, and it's Chikadova who goes into round 2. Well, we haven't moved tatamis as yet, and I don't see the need really for going anywhere. Let's stick here on that number 3 with the under 60 kilo category. Legfajamps Unabold of Mongolia goes up against Sawa Karakizidi of Greece. Legfajamps in the white jersey, Karakizidi in blue.
Under 60 kilo, in white for Mongolia, Hungary Unabold. In blue for Greece, Saba Karakizidi.
It's Karakizidi who starts off with the Satemi Waza effort, but Legfajamps blocks that fairly easy. Chatting about the strength of various countries in this weight category. I think I've mentioned the Russians first of all, the Israelis after that, if you look at the Mongolians, well, they've had
Folytatódhatnak a
plenty
küzdelem
of
a
talent
teljes és kettes számú szőnyegem, egyes
at
szőnyegem
this
pedig
weight
a
at this
harmadik
weight
szőnyeget
category.
Fehéroronon Azerbajdzsán képviseletében. Bocsánat, Fehéroronon Arménia képviseletében Ellen Sarez ellenfele kékben Mongóliát képviselő János
Including a world
Iváncsán.
champion not that long
The
ago,
next contest, the first round for men under 60
Gamba
in white
Bogota.
for Portugal, Rodrigo Lopes. In blue for United States of America, Adonis Diaz.
So difficult to operate under these conditions for the fighters. You want as much as possible for them to be able to compete in a way that they've become accustomed to. Once they come out onto the mat, well, I mean, one expects all the protocols away from the tatami. On the mat, you just want them to get on with things, but there are a few things that they're going to have to learn about. All of that whilst you want them concentrating solely on the job at hand, which is competing. Just getting on with the judo. Like the champs looking to work something on the ground, but there was nothing coming from that. Well, we've had a little over an hour so far. Seen a few Ippons already. Let's see if either Lagfa Champs or Abakasidi can produce something here. I haven't seen one on the ground as yet. The Greek fighter, Abakasidi, who picks up the penalty for passivity. Single Shido against the Greek fighter then.
Egyes számú szőnyegen női 48 kg szőnyegleni Mongóliát képviselő Nevenszeszek Gambakarát ellenfele kékben, Chile színeiben Mary Vargas Slay.
Yeah, trying to set something up right, then left was Abakasidi, but it didn't come off. Last few seconds left in regulation time. Failing that, we're going to have a period of golden score. We've had a few of these on mat 3 as well. I think this is the third contest that has gone into golden score. Yeah, not what Karakazidi needed at this stage, a second penalty. Just getting involved in grabbing the leg, and strong effort from the Greek fighter there. Well, we saw this earlier on. I can't remember who it was that closed everything down. Maybe it was Niniashvili, Baghrati Niniashvili of Georgia, possibly. No, it was against Yadav. Whoever it was that defeated Yadav, the Indian fighter, he fell to a tactical bit of play. The jumps would be well off here, just trapping the arm, making things difficult, forcing Karakazidi into committing an error, as he did there. And now, having said that we hadn't seen anything on the ground, we see our first Asai Kamiwaza, our first successful one anyway. We had an aborted Kamishio Gatami effort earlier. And then maybe that, well, Munigatami perhaps, let's call it that, from Lagbajamp as he defeats Sawa Karakazidi of Greece. Three tatami for you to choose from. That one, mat 2, entirely up to you. We've got mat 3 on show here. That was the last contest in round 1 in the under 60 kilo category. Coming up next, it'll be a bit of mat cleaning, I think, before we get underway with the under 52 kilo category for women round 1. So there may just be a minute or so when we have to go through the protocol of tidying up the mat. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. So let's just bring you up to date with what's happened so far in the under 60 kilo category, because that's what we've been watching. I'll give you the lineup for round 2 of the under 60 kilo category. Lupelaev of Uzbekistan, the number 1 seed, will face Feshko of Hungary. It will be Lesiuk of Ukraine to go up against Kidze of France. Taka Tabake of Brazil will face Lopez of Portugal. And then Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan will face Davud Mamadsoy. We saw Mamadsoy win over Yadov. It was Mamadsoy who had that slightly unattractive tactical battle. Walid Kaya of France defeated Jore Verstraeten of Belgium. Kaya will face Naji David of Hungary, and then Robert Shvidabadze will face Matan Shani of Israel. Tonika Jakadua, he'll go up against Klagverjamps Unobold of Mongolia. Okay, that's the round two lineup in the under 60 kilo category. We're just having the obligatory cleanup of the tatami here. We are delighted to be able to have
ilyen 48 kilós
some
nősúlycsoportban
international judo
könnyebb fehér
to
oldalon
bring you,
Azerbajdzsán
and
színeiben.
I'm sure that you'll
Dzsegel Albina
appreciate
ellenfele
one or
pedig
two differences
indulóruhában
that
az
we've had
oroszlány
to put in
színeiben.
place in
Mamira
order
Luca.
to meet the conditions that have been set for staging our contact sport events. So that is regular cleaning of the tatami, social distancing between everyone in the building, not only those watching, those are competitors, but even the staff working here. I don't think any of this is going to be new to anyone watching, and wherever you're watching, big hello to you and welcome back to International Judo. At the same time, I'm going to take this opportunity on behalf of the International Judo Federation to say we hope that you and your family and friends are in good health and that you're all coping and managing in extremely difficult times. I know the president of the International Judo Federation has said that his hope, or one of his principal hopes, is that we will all have better times in the not too distant future. I think there's plenty online. If you want to go on to the International Judo Federation website,
Next contest on tatami 2.
plenty of statements
So
from
remains
Mr. Marius Visa about his hopes
This is the first
for
round for men under 60 kilograms.
what will happen
Tatami 2.
in judo to come. Right, apologies also for the poor
In white
audio
representing
quality. We're
Russia,
having
Igor
to
Kutse.
struggle a little bit
In blue
for
representing Czech
bringing
Republic,
you this
David Tupravik.
today, but I feel confident that by tomorrow we'll have sorted out this particular problem and we'll be able to bring you a higher quality audio. My apologies from that, given that I happen to be
Egyes tömegen 57 kg-os
commentating
nősúlycsoport második fordulóját
remotely
feketén fehér oldalon Kanada
from
színeiben.
the
Jessica
Caribbean and
Rodriguez
in Tobago,
ellenfele
where we are
pedig
locked down,
koszovó
but
képviselő
I can't get out as yet, so my apologies for that.
Tatami 3, next contest, first
But at
round
the very
for
least,
women under
we're able to
52
bring you
kilograms.
some commentary, albeit not
In
perfect.
white
So I hope that it's not
representing Haiti, Sabiana Nestor.
that difficult
In blue
for you,
representing
and at least you're
Romania,
managing to get
Andrea Kitsu.
some commentary. Right, coming up next, who have we got? We're staying on mat number 3, round 1 in the under 52 kilo category. Sabiana Nestor of Haiti going up against Andrea Kitsu of Romania. It'll be Nestor in the white judogi, Kitsu in blue. I remember having a few emails about whether we would have judo, and yep, we've got judo, and whether there would be commentary, and yes, we've got some commentary, but again, my apologies that it's not quite up to our usual high standard, and we'll try and sort that out for you by tomorrow. Oh, lovely, lovely piece of work there from Andrea Kitsu, one of the most experienced fighters on the circuit. Nestor getting caught beautifully there. Lovely counter. I'll put that down as Tanio Toshi. Not a great deal that Nestor do about that.
First round for women under 52 kilograms.
Okay, we continue in round one of the under 52 kilo category. Irem Korkmaz of Turkey goes up against Dario Biladir of Ukraine. Korkmaz in the white judogi, Biladir in blue. Biladir sporting the red back patch of a world champion. World champion of the weight category below this, as I'm sure you all know, but I thought I'd mention it. First time competing at under 52 kilos. Korkmaz picks up penalty. Ojigari bringing Korkmaz down onto her front. See that right hip going onto the mat, but the right elbow out and blocking the fall, so no score. Had the elbow been underneath the body, and any part of that side had gone down there, then Ramsden inside of the referee would have given Wazari. Trying to hook that leg in for the Sangaku. Good defense from Korkmaz. Not quite finished yet. And I think she is now. So Korkmaz already feeling the danger of getting involved on the ground with Dario Biladir. Second penalty picked up by Korkmaz. Look at the amount of time left on the clock. Yeah, this is too much of an onslaught for Korkmaz to deal with, I'm afraid. Just too much happening. And even when you avoid the standing onslaught, you're then overpowered on the ground. Turkish coach imploring Korkmaz to do something, fend off this wave that's coming over her, but just too many. There are just too many weapons from Biladir for Korkmaz to settle and come up with her own efforts. Easily defended there. Again, just trying to get the legs hooked in. Yeah. Good practice for Biladir. I don't mean to be disparaging towards Korkmaz and calling this a practice, but Biladir fighting a weight up. You feel the difference in strength. But really, Biladir looking completely at home here. Managing with the grips, not at all overpowered with the grips. Managing fairly easily to deal with the standing efforts of Korkmaz and completely in control in the Niwata exchanges. 2 penalties picked up by Korkmaz. Really needs to get something going here. Just want to free that left hand up. As Biladir, there it is. Up and around the collar, and now the right arm from Korkmaz can only push into the ribs of Biladid to try and keep her away. Good battle, this one. Korkmaz coming up against the highly talented Biladid, finding things a bit of a struggle, and Biladid able to have a run out against a reasonably well-established fighter in the under 52 kilo category, but not one that he's going to lose any sleep over. Third penalty here. Biladid gets called for crushing, pulling her opponent down. Probably the right call there. Although Korkmaz didn't have the power to deal with it. It's not Biladid's fault. Anyway, that was the way that it was looked at. I'll go with either of those, to be honest. A little bit of that, a little bit of this. And here's Biladid again. She just had a little look at the left-sided Ojigari there. And again, couldn't turn that for the combination between the Ojigari and then the Uchimata, but the arm lock you can go in for. The referee already called Mate, or else that arm was coming off. And they were going to call a false attack. So a third penalty picked up by Irem Korkmaz. At least she has that, and she didn't get arm locked out of it. But Biladid into round two, comfortably into round two. Should be perfectly happy with that particular performance. Right, we're going to stay here and we're going to see Seren Toktog, Galard of Mongolia. She's up against Gultaj Mamadalieva of Azerbaijan. Seren Toktog in the white judogi, Mamadalieva in blue.
Egyes számú szőnyegen 154 kg-ban szőnyegelni. Fehér oldalon Izrael színeiben Tihanezon Levi. Kék ruhában Mongóliát képviseli. Altantasar Pachi.
I haven't seen the Mongolian fighter before, Seren Toktog. See how she gets on against Mamadalieva. Nice right-sided effort from the Azeri fighter. Well defended by the Mongolian. Nice gripping exchange as well. He's going to come out on top here. Quickly can you move from blocking your opponent to when you get a reasonable grip coming up with a big strong effort. Mamadalieva looking to go right-sided there, but there's that strong left arm from Seren Toktog blocking her.
képviselő. Karakas Hedvig, ellenfele kékben, Oroszország színeiben, Anastasia Konkina.
Well, I said that we were going to stay on map 3, but it's possible that we may go down to map 1. See if we can make that happen. Yep, there you go. By magic. And the reason for going down there is we want to see the home fighter Karakas Hedvig of Hungary. She's up against Anastasia Konkina of Russia. It's Karakas in the white judogi, Konkina in blue, and we'll stay here for the next few as well. First look at the under 57 kilo category. Yeah, we've got quite a nice lineup coming up on mat number 1. So we're going to stay there for a while. Those of you who want to watch something else, then as ever, feel free to click on the mat that you want. But we're going to be on mat number 1 for a while. Karakas attacking right-sided. Briefly thought about trying to work something on the ground. I feel loath, really loath to refer to Karakas as a veteran. We have a category for veterans. Oh, nice effort with the tomoe-nage. So maybe I'll try and find a better term to reply to Karakas, except to say that she's been around for a long time. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, that was more to do with getting away from the strong grip that Konkina had applied and that pressure on the edge. So Karakas just throwing that little effort in. I'm trying to work something on the ground. I'm not quite sure what has happened with regard to the degree of success that Karakas has in Newaza, but she was certainly well known for her skill and prowess in Newaza early on in her career. Now Karakas picks up a penalty for that overly defensive posture. Defending strongly again then, and coming up with a second score. No, they're not going to change that. And it's Karakash Hedvig of Hungary who wins out there. Right, this is round 2
It's time for the
of the
second round
under
contest.
57 kilo category.
56 kilogram. I
I want to have a look at the under 52 kilo category. Amandine Bouchard. Sorry, look at the wrong one there. It was Jessica Klimke of Canada is the number 1 seed. The number 2 seed is Nora Zhakova, and she takes to the tatami now. She'll face Helene Rossovot of France. Zhakova in the white judogi, Rossovot in blue. Win by Karakash. Second round win takes her into the quarterfinal. She'll face Timna Nelson Levy of Israel in the second of the quarterfinals.
Nadezhda Petrovic in the blue judogi representing the Netherlands. Naomi van Gerwen.
This for a place then in the quarterfinal. Jacqueline, just that slight bit taller than her French opponent, with strong grip here. Looking to use those long legs. She's got a terrific Uchimata. And it's Helene Rossovot who was guilty of blocking Zhakova there. She picks up the penalty. Very watchful at the moment, the French fighter. 2:20 odd left to go.
Kettes számú szőnyegeli női 52 kg első fordulóján szőnyegeli Moldova képviseletében Krisztina Planaru, ellenfele kékben Magyarország színeiben Réka.
Slightly better exchange from Rossovot there. A little bit more upright and just slowing Zhakova down. Zhakova's got to free her hands up here. Really uncomfortable having the sleeves trapped. Can't do anything from there. Got to find a way of getting that right sleeve free. She has now. Strong left arm from Rossovot is just keeping that right side blocked. And it's from the right side that Zhakova wants to launch her attacks. Hasn't been able to get past the strong arm defense of Rossovot as yet. Trying to make something happen there with that little Kouchi, but Rossovot saw that coming. Still just the single Shido against Rossova at the moment. Normal time has run out. And now we'll see what happens in the golden score period. Still just a battle for grips here. And Rossova doing a really good job to close Jakova down. Jakova's got to find a way past this. Both fighters should pick up penalties here, avoiding to take a grip. That was too much of a risk for Rossova to take, having already picked one penalty up. It's all well and good keeping Jakova quiet, but you have to come up with something of your own. Yeah, Jakova visibly tiring here. Two good efforts from Rossova, and now Jakova needs to come back. She'd handled the contest really well up until that point. Two good strong attacks, as well as picking up a penalty. Two good strong attacks from Rossova, and Jakova giving up the penalty. It's made things that little bit tricky. And now she's likely to pick up a second penalty. Gets away with it there, but really tiring quickly now. Like Kuka just being asked to not to coach during the contest. Got to make something happen now. Jakova. Here's a chance to try and work something on the ground. Rossova blocking that. Yeah, really struggling to get back to her feet now. At over 2.5 minutes of golden score, Rossova still looks strong. Actually looks the stronger of the two physically. In better condition. Jakova beginning to breathe heavily. Almost countered, but at least she managed to get in a good strong attack. Yeah. She hasn't been able to get past the strong arms that have been keeping her out. Jakova got to find a way in and to get Rossova onto her right hip. It was a bit of a lunge that was going nowhere. She's going to pay the price for that one. Picks up the penalty. Seems balanced as far as the scoreboard is concerned. Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties, but really, unless Jakova can come up with a throw, Rossova is going to take this. Yeah, not quite hooked in to the referee called Mate. So finely balanced. A big attack by Zsákova keeps her in it. But Rossova really looking the stronger of the two. Possibly the last roll of the dice here if the referee lets this go on. Must come up with an attack here. Can't afford for Rossova to be first. Uchigari, she steps off that, got to get the head up. Tries to go for the Sutemi Waza. Gets away with that one. Borderline. Just threw anything in there, did Zsákova. Has not been able to attack Rossova with Uchimata or a big hip technique up to this point. Trying to go across there. Five minutes of golden score we've had. And I think, I'm afraid, that is going to be that. Yep. Get called for the false attack here. Third penalty. And it is Helene Rossova who takes that contest. So lots for Zsákova to work out there. And most of it has to do with how she's going to get past the defensive arms, strong arms of her opponents. Right. Coming up next, Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia faces Jessica Ferreira of Brazil. It will be Mezhetskaya in the white judogi, Ferreira in blue.
The number 3 next contest, the second round for men under 66 kilograms. In the white judogi representing Kazakhstan, Yevgos Zhumakanov. In the blue judogi representing Georgia.
Remember, there is judo on mat 2 and 3 if you want to go down to one of those. Take a look. We're going to stick here with the second of the two Russians in the weight category. We've already seen Anastasia Konkina losing out to Karakash Hedvig. Now we're going to have a look at Daria Mezhetskaya, the Russian, looking to go left-sided first of all with Sode Tsurikomigoshi, and then right-sided. So Jessica Pereira, I think that is. Yeah. The laptop was just cleaning up a little bit and making that P look like an F. But it's Pereira with a P.
Remind you that today is the first day of Grand Slam Hungary 2020. The total will have 409 judoka representing 61 countries.
So the first couple of attacks from Mezhetskaya, and then Herrera looking to close things down and block Mezhetskaya out. Mezhetskaya not wanting to be undone. That was a lovely combination there. Absolutely lovely combination from Mezhetskaya. Herrera just getting that little bit too close to the Russian, who's known for her powerful pickups, Uranagi, good hips, and Herrera, in attempting to avoid being picked up, has left herself open for that Kosotagaki, got taken down for Wazari. So it's Mezhetskaya who leads by Wazari with a little over 2 minutes left to go. Spinning attempt at Uchimata there. Definitely the busier of the two, Mezhetskaya and Herrera picking up a second penalty. Off the pace here, the Brazilian needs to step things up now. Wazari down, a little over a minute and a half left to go. 2 penalties against her. Things looking difficult. Yeah, but Mezhetskaya not making things easy for herself, picking up, or giving away, I should say, a penalty for that false attack. Minute 16 left to go. Won't want to lose it from here. Done all the hard work. Sensible, tactical play from here on in. We'll see Mezhetskaya home fairly easily. Don't want to do anything silly now. Inside the last minute. Good gripping, good movement. Any chance on the ground, Mezhetskaya will need to take it and burn some time off the clock. Herrera doesn't want to get involved in that. Oh, lovely score. Well, after all that hard work, Mezhetskaya then gives up the Wazari. So Herrera it is now, who's got the bit between her teeth. Mezhetskaya trying to make something happen. Almost does. There, good strong effort. Needs to be back up on her feet. Mezhetskaya, and keep the momentum going. That was a good strong attack. It's Pereira, however, who comes up with the strong grip. And just as well for Mezhetskaya there that time ran out. Pereira had the dominant grip there and was looking strong. Golden score. Yeah. Nicely finished off. Another spinning Hawaigoshi, maybe Yashiguruma, perhaps. Herrera goes over. So Mezhetskaya into the quarterfinal. And as far as the quarterfinal opponent is concerned, well, that will be Helene Rosovo of France.
In the blue judogi representing Moldova, Bazin Bunescu.
Right, coming up next, Selma Monteiro of Portugal goes up against Nina Lieber of Belgium. Monteiro in the white judogi, Lieber in blue.
Tatami 3, second round, men under 66 kilograms. In white judogi for Azerbaijan, Orhan Safarov.
No, Monteiro not wasting any time here. Wazauri on the board from that little bit of Ashi Waza. Now the Belgian with a mountain to climb here. Monteiro doesn't get scored upon that often, and there's no chance for a comeback from Lieber, as that score has changed from Wazauri to Ippon. So Monteiro into the last of the quarterfinals. She'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Kaya Kaiser of Slovenia. Kaiser is up against Sanne Verhagen of the Netherlands. Kaiser in the white judogi, Verhagen in blue. This will replace in the last of the quarterfinals against Telma Monteiro of Portugal. And I'll just tell you quickly that that quarterfinal lineup is Jessica Klimke of Canada goes up against Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. Timna Nelson-Levy of Israel will face Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. Helene Rosovo will face Daria Mezhetskaya, the French fighter, against the Russian. And then it will be Telma Monteiro of Portugal to face the winner of the upcoming contest. We have to go through the COVID-19 protocols to clean the tatami every hour. So that's what's happening now. And they just spray that and then clean things up. I can't tell you anything about the solution, but I'm sure that you, wherever you are, know all about antibacterial agents and disinfectants by now, more so than you ever did before. That's one thing that's changed. That is a daily constant wherever we go now, and part of our lives for the foreseeable future. Right, so as soon as this is over, we'll be back to action on map 1, round 2 of the under 57 kilo category. As I said earlier, there is judo on the adjoining mat, so no need to stick here. If you want to go to see what's going on mat 2 or mat 3, please feel free to do so. However, we're going to stick with mat number 1, and it won't be long before we're underway with round 2 action in the under 57 kilo category. We'll be back with you in a moment. Right, sorry about that short break, but as I was explaining, we've got the COVID-19 protocols to carry out, just cleaning the tatami every hour. That having been done now, we're going to get back underway. And it'll be Kaya Kaiser of Slovenia to go up against Sanne Verhagen of the Netherlands. He should be out on the tatami any second now. 5 weight categories on this opening day of the Grand Slam in Budapest. The under 48, the under 52 and the under 57 kilo categories for women, and the under 60 and under 66 kilo categories for men. Right, it shouldn't be long before we get underway. We're not going to move. There is the opportunity for you to go to mat 2 or 3 if you want. We're going to stick here, although we get a chance to see some of the fighters who have to be socially distanced as well. They're all sitting a seat or so away from each other. I think, if I'm not mistaken, right, here we go then. Back with the action on mat number 1, Kaya Kaiser and Sanne Verhagen.
In the blue jubilee, representing the Netherlands, Sanne Verhagen.
Right, so I'm sorry about that little bit of a delay, but right, here we go. Sorry about that delay. Right, there's always a choice for you, by the way. I just want to remind you, if you want to go along and see one of the other mats, then by all means do so. What we try to do in selecting the contests is to give you the highest ranked players, and I appreciate that some of you will want to watch something else, and by all means do so. You know, click on that contest and you'll be able to see it. What you won't be able to do is to get commentary, given that we've only got the one mat commentated. And the other thing, we also look at the upcoming contests to try and avoid jumping from one mat to another too quickly. And we've got the number 1 seed in the under 48 kilo category coming up next against the former Olympic bronze medalist and home favourite. So there are reasonable reasons for sticking with a particular mat. And then, of course, we had the added and new situation of having to deal with the COVID-19 protocols, which meant that the mat had to be cleaned, and we cleaned that every hour. So we couldn't go to mat number 2 because they were cleaning their mat there, and the mat 3 contest would have meant that we were going to come back here anyway. So I hope that's explained why it is that we had that little bit of a break, and maybe it gave you a chance to go for a coffee or tea or I don't know, whatever it is that you do during your breaks. No scorers yet, half the contest on. Right-sided effort from Verhagen, but Kaiser manages to defend that without too much trouble. Well, it's Sanne Verhagen who's making most of the going. So just a little bit off the pace here, needs to pick things up a little bit. Now having to defend on the ground as well. Vladimir Nutsabidze, the referee from Georgia, decided that Kaiser had been inactive long enough. He picked up the penalty for passivity. Little stab at Ojigari there from Kaiser, but not really threatening Verhagen. Missed with that effort, and Verhagen almost took that over. You get an indication of Mr. Nutsabidze's intentions from his body posture. And I think if both feet are pointing towards the camera, then you're okay. But if he turns his body and angles it towards you, I think you've got something coming. Yeah, and you saw the feet pointing towards the camera here, so Kaiser was okay, but for a moment, when he called Mate, it looked as though she was going to pick up a second penalty. I'll have to keep an eye on that and see whether he gives the telltale sign of the penalty to come. Golden score. Single penalty against the Slovenian as she tries to work something on the ground. Verhagen's defence was up to that. Kept her out. Missed completely there. Good little exchange. No score, however. Kaiser looking to go over on the left side for Hagen on the right. Lost contact with the left hand, did Verhagen, and that's why that effort broke down. Well, a second penalty picked up by Kaiser. Maybe that will galvanize the Slovenian interaction here. Verhagen trying to wrap that right arm around the upper body of Kaiser. But the Slovenian managing to collapse that attack and keep the Dutch fighter out. Yeah, for a little bit too long. There was an attack, but came after a certain amount of time. There's a rule regarding that cross grip. Once the arm goes over, the attack has to be immediate. It's harsh, but it wasn't immediate. There was an attack, but it wasn't immediate. And I think that's what has upset Pia Kaiser and her coach. The fact that she did put an attack in, but got penalized. And the reason that she picked up the penalty was the attack was not immediate. Right, coming up next then on map 1 in the under 48 kilo category, it's Bistria Kresnicki of Kosovo. She's up against Chernovitsky Ava of Hungary. Kresnicki in the white judogi, Chernovitsky in blue.
66 kilo. In white judogi representing Romania, Piotr Zhukov. In the blue judogi representing Kyrgyzstan, Artur Day.
This is the number 1 seed here in the under 48 kilo category. Kresnicki. And for some time was looking really good in the weight category. Had flirted with the under 48 kilo category on a couple of occasions before. Chernovitsky is the one who ducked her head underneath there. She picks up the penalty. And that move between 48 and 52 Well, it was a good move to 52 because she was well placed in the category above. But the first time that she came down to 48, she really didn't give it her full attention. I think that's probably a reasonable way of putting it. But this time around, it's a really concentrated effort. She's controlled her weight really well. She's looked strong, I mean, really strong in the weight category. Done a very, very good job. No wonder she's in there as the number one seed. Chernovitsky's going to have a real job on her hands trying to get past Kresnicki. And she needs this win in order to get to the quarterfinal. A loss here will put her out of the competition.
In the white jersey, representing Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz Al-Bashi.
Just the movement was just far too good
Representing Belgium,
for Chernovitsky to deal with. And there's a demonstration of just how strong and classy Kresnicki looks in the weight category. Don't want to say anything negative about Chernovitsky at all, but Kresnicki toyed with her there, really put paid to any hopes of a close contest. And into the quarterfinal goes Istria Kresnicki. She's going to face the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Milica Nikolic of Serbia. Nikolic faces Shirin Bukli of France. It was Bukli who in round one defeated Aisha Gurbanli of Azerbaijan. So up now is Nikolic in the white judogi, Bukli in blue. Nikolic is a busy fighter. And he backed up into that far left corner and defending strongly from the oncoming Bukli and picked up a penalty with Nikolic. Yeah, trying to drag Bukli onto that right shoulder. Didn't quite work out.
Next contest, second round for men under 66 kilograms. In white jersey, representing Russia, Jakub Szamilov.
Still just the single Shido
In the blue judogi
against
representing
Nikolic
Czech Republic,
at the moment.
Tomáš Bihal.
Slightly desperate looking effort there from Nikolic. Way too far away with the feet.
Next contest, the second round for men under 66 kg. In the white judogi representing Azerbaijan, Lijat Shikhalizadeh. In the blue judogi representing Brazil, William Lima.
Not really making any impression on Buckley with those efforts. Nikolic. Into the last minute then. Still looking for the first score. Again, another slightly desperate looking lunge from Nikolic. Mind you, it draws a passivity penalty from Buckley. Both fighters with a penalty apiece now. Buckley tapping away at the feet, trying to set something up. Slightly frustrated at Nikolic just dropping to her knees there, but she dropped after the attack. No harm done there. Last few seconds. Well, they're very evenly matched, Nikolic and Buckley. Neither fighter has been able to come up with a score. And we are into the period of golden score now.
The 93, next contest, second round for men under 66 kilograms. In white judogi representing Serbia, Strahinja Vucic. In the blue judogi representing France, Kylian Leroux.
Too much pressure from the French fighter. Nikolic now just looking to be off the pace. Shireen Buckley, who just getting her nose out in front here. Again, that pressure beginning to tell. False attack draws a second penalty for Milica Nikolic. And now the French fighter can sense a win here. Now really beginning to just exert herself physically. And if she can't come up with throw, she'll look to put sufficient enough pressure on to force a third penalty against Nikolic, who is breathing heavily here. This has come at a bad time for Shireen Boukley. She's got to step off the tatami to have a bit of blood tidied up from an injury that she's picked up. And as soon as Boukley's been attended to, we'll be back underway. All of the golden score period really has been dominated, as far as the gripping and the movement is concerned, has been dominated by the French fighter, Shireen Boukley. Right, so she's had that sorted out. Here we go again, and Nikolic really needed that rest. He's coming under intense pressure from the French fighter. And Shireen Boukley, her whole demeanor here suggests that she knows that a win is within her grasp here. None of the efforts from Nikolic have been that threatening. Got this under control here. Needs to finish off either by picking up a score or just exerting so much dominance that Nikolic makes an error, maybe a force attack, or picks up penalty for passivity. Yeah, it just doesn't have the physical presence any longer, Nikolic. Really struggling to keep pace with Shireen Boukley. Got her hands full here, the Serbian fighter. Still managing to get in an attack here or there, but ineffective as far as the scores go. On the edge here. Quite sure what they are looking at, but doesn't have any bearing on the scoreboard, and we can continue. Yeah, she's not really committed to these attacks, I'm afraid. Now it's Shireen Boukley who's taken her foot off the gas. She picks up a second penalty. Almost got countered there, Nikolic. 3 minutes of golden score we've had so far. which way is this going to go? Nikolic would have come into this possibly as the favorite, trying to drag Bootley around there.
The 93 next contest, the second round for men under 60 kilograms. In white judogi, representing Kazakhstan, Usman Kyrgyzbayev. In the blue judogi, representing Azerbaijan, Davut Hamazov.
Yeah, and a third penalty picked up by Milica Nikolic.
Second round, men under 66 kilos.
Gives Shireen Bootley that contest. It was a very similar tactic there employed by Shireen Bootley to the one that Helene Rossovot of France used in her contest against Nora Zhakova. There's a hint of tactical awareness there on behalf of the French fighters, both coming up with the same kind of plan when met with a certain set of circumstances, and it's both worked out in favor of the French fighters. Rossovot over Zhakova, and on this occasion, Shireen Bootley over Milica Nikolic. Anyway, coming up on mat number 1 now, Irina Dolgova of Russia faces Giovanna Prado of the United States of America. It's Dolgova in the white judogi, Prado in blue. Prado won't want to hang around on the ground too long with Irina Dolgova. Dolgova, one of the better exponents of Newaza in the weight category. And that's saying something when you've got people like Anaki Funa and Daria Biladid. Were well known for their Newaza skills. Little Ashiwaza as well, that Dolgova is also known for. Yeah, nice work there from Russian. Good counter. Prado off balance with that attack, and she ended up going over. Neatly executed piece of Ashiwaza in the end from Irina Dolgova of Russia. Well, we're still a few fights away from the quarterfinal. We've got round 2 contests across the board. As ever, the choice is yours with regard to where you go and what you watch. We are currently on mat number 1, watching round 2 of the under 48 kilo category. Shira Rashoni of Israel is up against Amasana Nyampisig of Mongolia. It's Rashoni in the white judogi, Amasana in blue. almost in the position for the Maki Komi there. Yeah, Rashoni not able to execute the turnover, and she couldn't change directions. You really need more than one threat there. Once the fighter blocks you in one direction, you need to be able to have some other option if you want to keep that Newaza exchange going. Rashoni got blocked there, and that was the end of it.
Számos szőnyegen, férfi 66 kg második fordulóján, szőnyegelé, Peru színeiben Juan Postigos ellenfele kékben, Szlovákiát képviselő, Matej Poliak.
Both fighters with their sleeves tied up, almost very, very difficult here. And it was Rashoni who got called for that negative gripping. He hooked in nicely for the Ojigari, however, and that brought Amasana down onto her side. So Wazari to the Israeli fighter. She leads with a little over a minute and a half left to go. Won't really matter now about that single penalty that Rashoni has picked up. She's a good, competent fighter, and she'll be able to have a look at the scoreboard, as she does there, know exactly what she's got to do. Good work on the ground here, good progression. And that's about it. But that burned up 22, 23 seconds on the ground. And having only given up a single Shido and having a Wazari lead, 30 odd seconds, should be well within Rashoni's capability to defend, and another chance on the ground here. He should take up another 10 seconds or so. Not desperate to get an opening, just wants to burn a little bit of time off the clock. 15 seconds left to go. That is it, I'm afraid. Shiro Rishoni did enough with the single score to keep Amasana of Mongolia out of the contest. It's Rishoni who goes into the quarterfinal. We've got the second of the Mongolians coming on to mat number 1.
Number 1, next contest, the second round for women under 48 kilograms. In one jury.
So coming up on mat number 1 is Catarina Costa of Portugal. She's up against Ganbatar Narantsetsig of Mongolia. It's Costa in the white judogi, Ganbatar in blue. You may want to take a look at what's happening down on mat number 3 in the under 60 kilo category. Robert Shvidabadze of Russia is up against Matan Shani of Israel. There's a little over a minute left in that contest to go. Shani has picked up 2 penalties. There's no score as yet. Costa looking to attack on the right side there. Low on the right side, was almost taken back. Yoko Tomoinagi effort from Costa was blocked. Well blocked there by Ganbatar. She picks up a penalty for passivity. Left arm of Costa outstretched, completely straight. They're blocking Ganbatar. Right, we're going to go down to mat number 3. We want to pick up the contest between Tonica Jukadova of the Netherlands. He's up against Lagbajamps Unubold of Mongolia. If you want to continue watching the Costa Ganbatar contest down on mat number 1, just click on 1 and you'll get that. We join the contest between Jukadova and Lagbajamps with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Round 2, it's Jukadova in the white judogi, Lagbajamps in blue. There's no score as yet. Having said that, Jukadova almost scores with that little right side effort, and Lagbajamps picks up a penalty for passivity. Didn't quite get his feet in the right position for that attack. Cardua picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. Bad habit, that one. Holding on to his own judogi. Immediately after he'd been penalized for avoiding to take a grip, he was still holding the jacket away from his Mongolian opponent. A bit of an ambitious call there from the Mongolian coach, given that Ricardo landed on his stomach. He picked up 2 penalties. That's Chikadawa. Back for jumps, just the one. And we're inside the last minute now. Back for jumps, trying to step up the tempo here and put even more pressure on Chikadawa. Good little battle, this one. Just waiting for a score to really liven things up. With only 5 seconds left, this is going to make all the difference, because we'll go into golden score, and whomsoever scores first is going to win it.
So once again, we kindly ask you, please keep the social distance on tribune and use the masks all the time. So once again, please keep the social distance on tribune. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Good pressure this time from Cardua, and it's Blackford Jumps who has to defend strongly. Cardua has picked up 2 penalties. Blackford Jumps just the 1. Who's going to come up with the score? We've had a minute of golden score. Both fighters appear to be happy to dance around with the edge. I wouldn't be that comfortable. I'm going to try and minimize the risk of gifting the contest to your opponent, and Ricardo would be well advised to avoid drifting off towards the edge of the contest area. Like the Jamps still seems to have a bit of gas left in the tank. Cardua looks as though he's running on empty. Yeah. As we come up to 2 minutes of golden score. Nice grip here from Flag for Jamps. You could put some pressure on. Oh, there was a moment then when either of the fighters could have gone over, to be honest.
Next contest, second round for men under 60 kilograms. In 1 kg, representing Brazil,
Yeah, he just ran out of steam, didn't he? Tonica Ricardo up. And Flag for Jamps, Unabold. Beautiful finish there for Ippon. Just wore his man down, and then 2 minutes, just over 2.5 minutes into golden score, managing to come up with terrific finish. Well, that was the last of the round 2 contest in the under 60 kilo category. Flag for Jamps winning out there. We'll be up with round 2 of the under 52 kilo category. Next, Larissa Pimenta of Brazil goes up against Andrea Kitsu of Romania. It'll be Pimenta in the white judogi, Kitsu in blue. That contest coming up next.
It's time for the second round contest for women under 52 kilograms. In the 1 kg representing Brazil, Larissa Pimenta. In the blue kg representing Romania, Andrea Kitsu.
Well, Kitsu not hanging around. Beautifully done. All within the first 15 seconds. Wow. Swept past the Brazilian there. Right, let's have a look at Dario Biladid of Ukraine for the second time today, fighting in the under 52 kilo category. She's up against Yora Keldi-Yorova of Uzbekistan. It's Keldi-Yorova in the white judogi, Biladid in blue. Funny how Biladid has come up from the weight category below in the under 48 kilo category to fight in this under 52 kilo category, and is still head and shoulders taller than her opponent. Still the same problems for these fighters because Biladid remains tall even in this weight category. So long limbs, tall and rangy. And then her recognized prowess in Newaza. That's a real threat as Keldyarova picks up a penalty for a false attack. And in addition to the physical difficulties that Biladid poses for her opponents and the threat on the ground, his throwing skills as well. So lots for Keldyarova to deal with here. Just a single Shido against her at the moment. Taking a bit of time for Biladid to settle in here. Keldyarova attempting most of the work, but on 2 occasions now she's picked up penalties for false attack. So although she's making the efforts, they are poor enough to be considered false attacks. It's probably as a result of feeling the pressure from the grips and feeling that she has to throw something in. And now Biladid picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. Over a minute left to go. Biladid still yet to launch any of the big attacks. Just threatening to go left-sided, perhaps with the Uchimata. Yeah, she looked exclusively for that left Uchimata and then attacks in Newaza.
The reason is the time cleaning. So we have to clean the tummies in every 1 hour. So
yeah, it'll be golden score for Dario Biladid. Yeah, and Diora Keldyarova. 2 penalties picked up by Keldyarova, just the one against Biladid. Ojigari had Keldyarova hopping backwards to avoid that. once Biladid gets both hands on, then things get interesting. If Keldyarova can beat Biladid to the grips, then it's Keldyarova who gets to attack first. I'm not sure about that grip that Keldyarova took on the leg. Surely Biladid was still in Tachiwaza and wanted to attack, but couldn't because Keldyarova had used the hand on the leg, but they didn't call that. Minute and a half of golden score. Just goes across her backside, so there's no score there, but got herself into a difficult position on the ground. Biladid wanted to continue in Newaza, but they'd stood up. And the referee called mate. A good effort by Keldyarova. Hasn't gone over and hasn't been caught on the ground. So the truth be told, he hasn't really threatened Biladid once. Just been hanging in there. Ashley from Biladid brings Keldyarova down onto her knees, and here's another attempt to work something in Newaza, but it's blocked by Keldyarova. So once again, I have to call the mate. Making hard work of this is Daria Biladid. Good effort from Viora Keldyarova. Keep out the current world champion at under 48 kilos. She really has dealt with the attacks very well, Biladid. Never getting wrapped up or coming close to getting caught. Combination would be good if Keldyarova could put one together just to slow Biladid down. Quick to react to the first effort. Maybe you want to think about coming up with a second. Now it's Biladid who has been reacting to the work of Keldyarova, really not generating her own attacks, who picks up a second penalty. Yeah, there was the Uchimata, the first real concerted effort from Daria Biladid, coming up with a huge ippon, flattening Keldyarova. Almost 4 minutes into golden score there. It's Biladid who makes her way into the quarterfinal. Right, well, we've got the under 48 kilo category taking place down on mat number 1. We've got the current Olympic champion at under 48 kilos, Paula Peretta. So let's see if we can go down to mat number 1. We'll join the action down there. Actually, we're about to have the mat cleaned. So maybe it was a slightly premature jump down there. I'm not sure just how far they are in the cleaning process, because normally when they've finished, they give a 30 or 40-second break. It could be that we are having a break down there. I'm not sure what's happening on mat number 2. The number 1 seed there, Amandine Bouchard of France, up against Netik Emoke of Hungary. Okay, let's have a look back down then at number 3, Geffen Primo of Israel up against Gultaj Mamadalieva of Azerbaijan. It's Primo in the white judogi, Mamadalieva in blue. So first look at Geffen Primo today. We did see Mamadalieva in round 1. Anyway, we joined the contest with only a minute gone. We've got 3 minutes to come. There's no score as yet. It's Primo in the white judogi, Mamadalieva in blue. And as soon as we know what's happening back down on mat number 1, then we'll think about going back down there. We'll hang on here for a while. Yeah, he scores. Just managed to power her way over there. Mamadalieva could have done with dropping the hips just that little bit lower, but she was strong enough anyway to come up with the finish. So Mamadalieva leads with a little over half the contest still to come. And Geffen Primo of Israel with a bit of work to do now. Well, Mamadalieva will feel that little bit more comfortable at having picked up that score. Was just about to pick up a gripping penalty, and it is the Zeri Mamadalieva. Just for holding on to that one side for a little bit too long. Well, that was another huge effort with a hip technique from Mamadalieva. Almost had Primo going over. Now trying to work on the arm. Not quite in the best position. And that really was close. Good effort from Mamadalieva. Got into a nice frame position and had Primo up in the air. She just couldn't complete. Signs of tiring or maybe carrying a bit of a knock. Now Mamadalieva almost countered Primo. Primo can't get too desperate here. Sometimes in those desperate moments is when you leave yourself open to a counter. At the same time, got no choice because there's very little time left on the clock. So it's understandable that Primo should be prepared to take the risk because you've got no choice. Clock is against her. So got to go big. She does there. Almost came up with the almost came up with the counter there. This really is a terrific effort from Gultaj Mamadalieva. Primo would have been the favourite going into this one, but it's the Azeri who's going to take it, even if she... Well, the only way that she's going to lose it here is if she gives up a third penalty. Yeah, that'll do now. 2 seconds left to go. Not going to lose it now. Then Primo's going to have to go back to a start position. Well, it was unattractive for the last 20 seconds, but all the hard work had been done earlier on. And that was a super effort from Mamadalieva. Yeah, good effort from Mamadalieva to put her into the quarterfinal. But I think we're going to go down to mat number 1 now, because coming up on mat number 1 will be the first of the quarterfinals in the under 57 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Jessica Klimke of Canada, goes up against Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. To be Klimke in the white judogi, Ilieva in blue.
Also, we have a short break on tatami 3 due to tatami cooling reasons.
Right, here we go then. Our first look today at Jessica Klimke, and a good, strong test for her against Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. This for a place in the semi-finals, a low right-sided effort from the Canadian. Again, right-sided Marote Senagi getting right underneath Ilieva, managing to come up with the Wazari score. So it's Klimke who leads after 45 seconds, leads by Wazari. Klimke was saying that her family came from Lithuania originally, he thinks. Another nice effort. This time, Ilieva able to turn off that. So Klimke looking nice and comfortable, moving well, as you would expect with Rosario on the board. Another right-sided effort from the Morote Seanagi, her go-to technique. Now Ilieva picks up a penalty for passivity. And there's the finish, possibly with the thoughts of what she had to do next and how she was going to open up Ilieva. That was Ilieva thinking. Maybe with that thought in mind, she just opened herself up too much, and in and underneath came Jessica Klimke to take the contest. She goes into the first of the semi-finals in the under 57 kilo category. Okay, her opponent there will be the winner of the upcoming contest between Timna Nelson Levy of Israel. She's up against Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. It'll be Nelson Levy in the white judogi, Karakash in blue. This for a place in the first semi-final under contest against Jessica Klimke awaits the winner of this one.
Amándi Busarak ellenfele kékben Magyarországért küzdő Nettik Emőke.
Yeah, the tactic employed by Karakash is to attack as soon as Nelson Levy gets the hands on. She doesn't want her settling at all. Return here from Karakash. She just needs to free the left leg, work on the top half first, make sure that that's nice and tight. You've got your partner under control, your opponent under control, and then you can free your legs. Having freed the legs, saw that the top half wasn't fully under control, and as a result of that, Nelson Levy was able to escape without too much trouble.
In the white judogi representing Israel, Hilly Cohen. In the blue judogi representing Switzerland, Fabienne Gocher.
Good example there of making sure that you have the top half fully under control. You work on freeing the legs, but unless you've got the top half under control, once the legs come out, you're going to find yourself with an opponent getting away from you. Now it's Nelson Levy's turn to work on the ground. But Karakash, as I said earlier, has got terrific newaza. And usually if you are a good exponent of newaza, you usually have a very good defense. And she was able to defend against that without too much trouble. A bit of a whack to the face there, taken by Karakash. Yeah, nice work. The Yoko Tsutemi waza. Nelson Levy just getting caught there. Lazari. And now Karakash trying to work on the arm, but this time it's Nelson Levy's turn to come up with the strong defense. Inside the last minute then. Karakash leading by Wazari. Place in the semi-final beckons for the home favourite. Strong left-sided attack from the Hungarian. The Israeli defends. And there's 29 seconds left to go. Karakash continuing to look busy. And the clock really against Nelson Levy now. Not only the clock, but Karakash's strength on the ground as well. That was in the end. Karakash Hedvig makes her way into the first of the semi-final. She'll face the number 1 seed, Jessica Klimke of Canada. The next of the quarterfinals, Helene Rosovo of France faces Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia. It will be Rosovo in the white judogi, Mezhetskaya in blue.
Next second round contest for women under 52 kilograms. In the white judogi representing Mongolia, Vishal Pogoloy. In the blue judogi representing Belgium, Amber Hugh.
Rosovo had a good win in her round 2 contest against Nora Zhakova of Kosovo. Tough second round contest for her. Mezhetskaya, for her part, got past Jessica Pereira of Brazil.
It's time for the third round contest for men under 66 kilos. In the one judogi representing Israel, Tal Hulke. In the blue judogi representing Mongolia, Batotok Erchenbaye.
He's a very clever fighter, Helene Rosovo. Good tactics. We saw that in the previous contest. And here, just making things uncomfortable for Daria Mezhetskaya. So important that you know your opponent's strengths and you work on that. You don't try to find those out once you arrive on the tatami. Beautifully done, really well done from Helene Rosovo. Low down, right-sided Ippon Seoinage for Ippon. Mezhetskaya goes down into the repechage, but Helene Rosovo goes into the second of the semi-finals. Helene Rosovo, sorry, goes, yeah, Mezhetskaya down into the repechage, Helene Rosovo into the second of the semi-finals. And her opponent there will be the winner of the upcoming contest between Selma Montero of Portugal and Sanne Verhagen of the Netherlands. It will be Montero in the white judogi, Verhagen in blue. Single Shido picked up by Verhagen. Apart from that, nothing to write home about yet, as Montero attacks right-sided, but easily avoided by Verhagen. Yeah, not unusual against Montero for a fighter to pick up a passivity penalty. Montero keeps herself pretty busy, and in making herself busy, often leaves her opponents looking slightly flat-footed and passive, which is the case here. Mezhetskaya picking up. Sorry, Verhagen. I'm sure when I've mentioned Mezhetskaya, she's not even in the contest. Verhagen picking up a second penalty.
The number 3, golden sword.
Things looking a little bit dire here for Verhagen. Really got to generate something in the attacks here. Nice Uchighari, just bringing Montero down onto her knees. Managed to unsettle the Portuguese fighter. Couldn't quite come up with the finish. Yeah, gonna have to be careful, Verhagen. It's just the weight of attacks, the number of attacks that Montero is able to throw in that makes her opponents look passive. And if you can't keep up with that tempo, that's it, I'm afraid. Yeah. Verhagen knew that. Third penalty sees her go into the repechage. That's Verhagen, but it puts Thelma Montero into the second of the semi-finals.
Ezzel tovább jut az elődöntőbe. Zanner Verhagen a Vigaszágon folytatja.
So, Klimke and Karakash, Rosovo and Montero, that's the semi-final lineup for the under 57 kilo category. Come now to the under 48 kilo category quarterfinals. Distra Krasniki, the number one seed from Kosovo, faces Shireen Bukli of France. It's Krasniki in the white judogi, Bukli in blue.
Under 66 kilo. In white for Georgia, Bagrat Bilinashvili. In blue for Azerbaijan, Orhan Safarov.
Krasniki had a really good, strong win in round 2 against Chernovitsky-Eva of Hungary, throwing her Hungarian opponent for Ippon, and it was Shireen Bukli who had a slightly tougher second round contest in having to deal with the difficult Milica Nikolic of Serbia. Good defense from Shireen Bukli when Distra Krasniki gets that right arm up. Manages to keep the strong left arm just pushed into the chest of Krasniki to keep her out. Krasniki's going to have to find a way past that. Good pressure from Krasniki. And Bukli picks up a second penalty. All of that has just come from the pressure brought to bear by Istra Krasnicki. And now Shireen Buckley's going to have to change her tactics here. Has to open up. Can't afford a third penalty. And in opening up, Krasnicki may find the opportunity that she's been looking for. Lost contact with the left hand. She looks so strong as Krasnicki, and at 48 kilos. Well, they've been tidied up, but he was in the process of attacking there, so unless they're going to call that as a false attack. They just want to get on here. It suits Buckley, to be honest. Just gather herself. It would have been better for Krasnicki for them just to have continued. Not sure what it is that they've seen. Yep, let's get on with it. Minute left to go. 2 penalties picked up by Shireen Buckley. Krasnicki looking for an opening here. Just to work on the feet, I think, Istra Krasnicki.
In the white jury representing Slovenia, in the blue jury representing Belgium, Kenneth van Ganseke. Goal scorer, number 2.
Krasnicki picked up a penalty for stepping out of the area. She needs to turn left or right when she's stuck in that corner. It's a better grip now. Again, this break has come at a good time for Shireen Buckley. Krasnicki doesn't want a break in the flow of the contest. It suits her to keep things going and keep the pressure up. Yeah, that'll do now. Pressure told in the end. The pressure of trying to keep Krasnicki off her and from threatening her with the big attacks was too much in the end. Krasnicki it is who make their way into the first of the semi-finals. Couldn't come up with the big finish. 3 penalties was what was needed to get past Shireen Buckley, but that was none of Krasnicki's doing. She made all the going there, to be honest. Right, the next quarterfinal features Irina Dolgova of Russia. She's up against Shira Rishoni of Israel. It'll be Dolgova in the white judogi, Rishoni in blue. We haven't yet got quarterfinals in the 60 or 66 kilo category, but when they do come up, we will bring you those. way too far away with that effort to trouble Dolgova. Dolgova was hoping that Rashoni would walk onto that. Not quite. Dolgova looking for an opening here. Rashoni just that little bit desperate in that last effort. Looking comfortable, Dolgova. She's got nice ashy water and almost caught Rashoni just as I said that. There's just that feeling when Dolgova's moving that you get that she's about to sweep your feet away.
At number 3, golden score.
Dolgova can't find the opening that she's looking for. Both fighters pick up penalties. Dolgova trying to work something on the ground there, but well defended by Shira Rashoni. 30-odd seconds left to go. Now would be a great time to score. So little time left on the clock. That time has run out, so we're going to have a period of golden score. Yeah, it's a nice little footwork by Dolgova that sets things up, but there's no follow-up big technique He really is relying on the Ashiwaza to come up with the scores, or at the very least to put her in a position where she can then follow up on the ground. Well, neither Dolgova or Rashoni have been able to come up with big attacks and a few foot taps, but nothing really threatening.
The 92 is time for the third round contest for weight under 66 kilograms. In 1 kg, representing Argentina, Tal Almog. In the blue jury, representing Russia, Abdullah Abdul-Jalil.
Well, we've had almost 2 minutes of golden score. And there was a beautiful piece of Ashiwaza. Well, they'd been exchanging foot taps for quite some time. And in the battle of the foot taps, it was Shira Rashoni who came out on top, dumping Irina Dolgova with the Ashibarai there for Ippon. Dolgova goes down into the repechage. Rashoni goes to the semi-final.
Negyeddöntő az egyes színeken a női 48 kg-ban. Fehér oldalon színjekelét a Mongóliát képviselő Narancecer Kambakár, ellenfele jogában a Szerbia színeiben.
Coming on to mat number 1 now. Ganbatar Narancetic of Mongolia faces Andrea Stoyadinov of Serbia. It's Ganbatar in the white judogi, Stoyadinov in blue. Quarter-final in the under 48 kilo category. Strong effort there from Stoyadinov, almost countered by Ganbatar. He's not out of it yet. Stoyadinov have to defend on the arm.
Representing Russia, Yakub Shamilov. In the blue jury, representing France, Kylian Leroux.
That was close. Have to find a way of getting some separation between her and Ganbatar. This is the second of the Serb fighters in the weight category. We saw Milica Nikolic losing out earlier on. Good effort from Stoyadinov on the right side. Still feeling the effects of that attempted arm lock from Ganbatar. Shaking that left hand a little bit. So we'll wrap Ganbatar up. Chance on the ground now. Need to take the leg. Missed the chance. No, decide which way you're going to go. Yeah, nice and tight. That looks good. Once she's got the leg trapped, and the legs at the top were so well hooked in that Ganbatar was not getting out of there. Yep, that's done. That was really well done by Andrea Stoyadinov. Excellent bit of work on the ground. Thought that she was just about to lose it for a moment. Managed to get in a slightly awkward position at the end, but it's not unknown and it's not an unsuccessful position to be in. But it was her trapping of that leg that managed to roll Ganbatar over, because the top half was really well put together. Excellent bit of work from Andrea Stoyadinov. Right, coming up next, Laura Martinez Abelenda of Spain faces Paula Pareto of Argentina. It's Martinez in the white judogi, Pareto in blue. The current Olympic champion at under 48 kilos, Paula Pareto, the gold that match. It's not done for her yet. He said there's plenty of fight left in her, keen to defend her title. Nice, strong, left-sided Osodagari attack from Martinez. Put Pareto under lots of pressure there. And it really is the Spanish fighter doing most of the work. Good performance from Martinez up to this point. Hasn't let Pareto build up the kind of attacks that quite often leave her opponents falling behind on passivity. She's managed to get in there first. And on that last occasion, when Pareto did get in there first, she really wasn't settled. She wasn't ready for the attack and picked up a penalty for a false attack. tempo adopted by Martinez has forced Pareto into that.
After the last quarterfinal, one,
Yeah.
there will be a short break.
There is the set of attacks, one after the other, from Pareto that usually leads to her opponents picking up penalty. Whoa! You take the risk, yeah. You decided to go for it. Put yourself in a position to get countered. Referee's already given Ippon. I'm going to change that to Wazari, which keeps Martinez in the contest, but it wasn't that far off Ippon, to be honest. Hasn't quite got the arm. The right leg is in the way. Now needs to decide what she wants to do with it. Going to go for the arm or go for the Osaikomi. She went for the Osaikomi, lost the arm, and then lost the control. So the referee called Mate. Martinez has got to pick herself up. Not out of it yet. Head dropped when she went over for what originally was given as Ippon. The head went down with Martinez and hasn't been back in the contest since then. Picks up a second penalty for passivity. I'm going to go over again now. Once the hands got trapped, that was it. Didn't have the power either to keep Pareto out. It was as though once she'd given up the score, the power seemed to drain from Martinez and she went over for a second score. Okay, well, perhaps we can go down to mat number 3 because there's a quarterfinal taking place down on mat 3 between Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. He's up against Naji David of Hungary. It's Kyrgyzbayev in the white judogi, Naji in blue. We join the contest with 3 minutes left to go. There's no score as yet. Quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category. This is actually in the lower half of the draw. So what would in effect be the third of the quarterfinals is the first that we're getting to see. Nice little Koji Gaki attack there. Didn't come off, but shape was looking good for a moment. Najee picking up a penalty for passivity. Half the contest gone. Just to let you know that in a couple of fights' time, we'll be going back down to mat number 1 when the semi-finals in the under 57 kilo category come up. Just keep that in mind if there's something else that you want to watch. Najee beginning to unravel a little bit here, looking slightly untidy in his attempts to grip up with Kyrgyzbayev and the way that he launches his attack. He's struggling here. I mean, Kyrgyzbayev is pulling him around. He may complain that he's getting pulled down, but he's bent over, defensive. There's not a great deal that Kyrgyzbayev can do. He does get penalized for that overly defensive posture. Yeah, he's finding things really difficult here. Not really accustomed to fighters the quality of Guzman Kyrgyzbayev. He's struggling a bit with the threat that the Kyrgyz man poses. You can feel it. And he's reacting defensively to almost every situation. Twenty-odd seconds left to go. No score, but 2 penalties picked up by the Hungarian. Oh, he came up with an attack there. Good effort. Right at the death. He wants to claim a score. The commission are going to have a look at this. Very close to coming up with a score here. It's away from the referee, so difficult for him to see what part of the body came into contact with the tatami. Yeah, and there was enough right at the death. Right at the death. Najee David of Hungary comes up with a score that puts him into the semi-final. What a turn up for that one then. Okay, we've got a quarterfinal in the under 52 kilo category. No, I beg your pardon. We've still got the under 60 kilo category quarterfinal coming up next. Just have to wait for the names of the 2 competitors. Robert Shvidobadze of Russia goes up against Lagpachamp Spudubov of Mongolia. It's Shvidobadze in the white judogi, Lagpachamp in blue. We're underway with the quarterfinal in the under 60 kilo category. Lakbajamps picks up a second penalty there. So much time left on the clock. Can't see this one going the distance. Just reacting to the feeling that he's getting, the feeling of being under threat from Shvidabadze. And both of those penalties have come as a result of that. And now Shvidabadze is likely to get called for that gripping infringement, just allowing one of the fingers, possibly the thumb, going inside the sleeve of Lakbajamps. And it was the Mongolian who was busy pointing that out to the referee as well. Not sure that the Mongolian coach is too happy with that one. Shimiwaza attempted here. Got to be careful. Oh. He couldn't wrap up the lower half. Trap Shvidabadze in there to keep the Shimiwaza going. Mongolian coach out of his box there, look. Trying to ask for a replay, but not going to happen. They've obviously had a good look at that and decided that was indeed a score. Referee gave it without any trouble at all and was supported by his team and then the commission as well. So there are a few tiers to go through, or a few levels, before you get the final confirmation. You don't normally need it. It's usually clear as to what is going to be given and why. On the occasions when you need a little bit of clarification, you can look first of all at the contest judges, and then beyond that look to the refereeing commissioner, and then on very rare occasions it'll end up in the hands of the refereeing director. The head refereeing director. Not needed this time around. Right, so Shvidabadze, with time running out here, is going to take this one. He moves into the semi-final. Lakbajamps' spirited effort. We'll see him again in the repechage contest. Just waiting for the semi-finals to begin down on mat number 3, and as we wait for that, we'll continue to look at the quarterfinals, and it'll be the quarterfinals in the under 52 kilo category coming up next. To see exactly where we are in that draw. We're in the lower half of the draw. Larissa Pimenta, the Brazilian, who was the number 2 seed, well, she's already been tumbled out of the competition because Andrea Kitsu defeated her. I think, as far as I can see, we've got another break to tidy up the contest area. The only judo that we've got is taking place on mat number 1. Shall we have a quick look at what's happening down at number 1? We can always come back up here to mat 3, we join the contest down on mat number 1, the repechage contest between Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria. She's up against Timna Nelson Levy of Israel. There's no score in the contest as yet. We've got a little over a minute left to go. And we're just going to take a quick look at this before we rejoin the action on mat number 1. When it gets underway, it'll be the quarterfinal between Andrea Kitsu of Romania and Daria Biladid of Ukraine. We're just waiting for that to take place. In the meantime, we'll give some attention to Ilieva and Nelson Levy. And remember, this is a Grand Slam. They've been previously in Budapest, the Grand Prix. But Grand Slam status, and it's the first return to the IJF World Tour since the pandemic took effect back in March with the cancellation, first of all, of Morocco and then Russia, Rabat and Ekaterinburg. Yeah, good finish. Doesn't usually take that long in golden score. And Ilieva suffering the little push down after 11 seconds of golden score. Timna Nelson Levy will battle away for bronze. She goes into the bronze medal contest. We've got another repechage contest in the under 57 kilo category coming up next. Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia will go up against Sanne Verhagen of the Netherlands. And unless the situation changes and we get the Kitsu Biladid quarterfinal on, we'll stay here and watch this one. We would, in any event, have to come back down here because it's the mat 3 semi-finals that we want to watch. So no Mezhetskaya, for some reason, picked up an injury and unfortunately could not compete. So Sanne Verhagen it is who goes into the bronze medal contest. So we can then go back down to, oh no, here they come. I wasn't sure if we were going to go straight into the semi-final, but it appears that we are. So if you want to watch Andrea Kitsu and Daria Biladid, you'll have to go down to mat number 3, but we're going to watch the semi-final in the under 57 kilo category. It features the number 1 seed from Canada, Jessica Klimke. She's up against home favorite Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. It'll be Klimke in a white judogi, Karakash in blue.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is ready. It's time for the quarter-final for women under 52 kilos.
Sorry about the background noises, some of the technical setup here is not up to our standards. My apologies for that. Let's hope that by tomorrow I've been able to sort things out and get them in good order, given that I'm having to do this remotely from another continent. And I happen to be down in Trinidad and Tobago. So no exit for me yet. Can't join the tour down in Tobago. But the IT team have attempted to put together some connection, and I hope, got my fingers crossed, that it's not proving completely unusable. I hope those of you at home who can get this, you haven't been annoyed too much by the lack of quality, but we'll have that fixed later on today. In any case, the final block we'll be able to do from the venue, but hopefully by tomorrow we'll have sorted that out. Karakash picks up a penalty for passivity there. The Kitsu Biladid contest, by the way, is underway. If you want to watch that. Just click on map 3 and you'll get that. By the wonders of technical expertise, I'm able to get that as well. Like you, I'm at home having to deal with this. No score as yet between Karakash and Klimke. Just a set. Oh, he does go over. Whether they're going to give a score for that all depends on whether there was any scoring part of the body coming into contact with the tatami, and Mr. Nutsubidze thinks no, and there's no score. Unless, of course, they want to have a look at that, and they do. So, Wazari on the board for Jessica Klimke. She leads with a little over a minute and a half left to go. Yeah. Good performance from Klimke up to this point. You're happy with the way things have gone. I'd like to finish it off here. Wants to work something on the ground as Karakash looks to get out of that rather awkward looking position. There's a minute left to go. Wazari the lead for Klimke, the number 1 seed at this first Budapest Grand Slam. Previously a Grand Prix, but now upgraded to Grand Slam. And there is the finish that Klimke was looking for. 2 scores from the Canadian put her into the final. Bronze medal contest. Jessica Klimke of Canada into the final. Ariel Biladid, by the way, trails in her contest down on map number 3. It's Andrea Putu of Romania with a Rosari lead with 30-odd seconds left to go in that contest. Coming up here, the second of the semi-finals in the under 57 kilo category, Helene Rossovaux of France faces Telma Monteiro of Portugal. It's Rossovaux in the white judogi, Monteiro in blue. Musigari from Rossovaux has Monteiro hopping backwards.
The number 3, winner of the quarterfinal in white jewelry representing Romania, Andrea Ghițu. Double world silver medalist Ghițu goes to the semi-final. Daria Bilovic of Ukraine goes to the repechage.
It's the single Shido against Monteiro at the moment.
The number 2, next contest, third round for
Simone's looked good today.
6 kilogram. In white
Enjoyed watching her.
Bogdan Yegov.
Worked really hard.
Next quarterfinal for women under 52 kilograms, the number 3. In white for Azerbaijan, Butash Mamadalia. In blue for Switzerland, Fabian Cotter.
Strong right-sided effort from Monteiro. Hard to catch Monteiro in near-waza. I think what Rossovaux has done well today has to come up with the right tempo against her various opponents. Just made things difficult for each and every one of them. In particular with Monteiro, you can't allow Monteiro to dictate the pace of the contest. Some fighters just thrive on being first to the attack, irrespective of the quality of the attack. They just want to make sure that they're first again and again and again, and that's how they build up that pressure and how penalties are accumulated by their opponents. But this time round, Rossovaux has managed to deal with that particular tactic really well.
Vamos, vamos.
Can't allow her to get out of this one. Kamishio Gatami from Rosovo. Keep that right leg away from the arm. Nice and tight there now. That'll do. That'll do. Once you've got the Wazari on the board, that was going to be enough. In fact, you've been able to hold her for the full 20 seconds. And Rosovo's top draw performance continues. She finds herself in the final of the Grand Slam here in Budapest, having defeated Telma Monteiro of Portugal.
Egyes színeket elődöntőben győzött Franciaországot képviselő Helen Resevő.
So it will be Helene Rosovo of France to face Jessica Quinque of Canada in the final of the under 57 kilo category. Well, we can go down to mat number 3 now. There's a quarter-final taking place there between Batoktog Erkenbaya of Mongolia. He's up against Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. We joined the contest just as Safarov was throwing Batoktog for Ippon there. Hope you just caught the end of that. Yep. Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan into the semi-final of the under 66 kilo category. Well, next up on mat number 3, quarter-final in the under 66 kilo category, Kenneth van Gansbeker of Belgium goes up against Jakub Shamilov of Russia. It's van Gansbeker in the white judogi, Shamilov in blue. I'll just give you the rundown on how things look in the under 66 kilo category. Abdullah Abdul-Jalilov defeated Tal Almont in the first of the quarterfinals to take his place in the first of the semi-finals. It was Sardor Nurilayev of Uzbekistan who overcame Petr Zhukov of Romania. So that first semi-final will feature Abdul-Jalilov of Russia against Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. William Lima overcame Bayanmunk Namandak of Mongolia to take his place in the semi-final. Sorry, in the second of the quarterfinals. These are all quarterfinal lineup. I'll just run through the quarterfinal lineup. That'll be less confusing. Abdul-Jalilov goes up against Sardar Nurilayev. It'll be William Lima to face Juan Postigos. And we've just seen the first of the first of the quarterfinals to be completed. Orkan Safarov came out on top of Batoktog Erkenbaya. Now we've got Van Gansbeker and Shamilov. Okay, so it's quarterfinal time. Both fighters pick up penalties for avoiding to take a grip there. That wasn't the strongest of efforts either, was it? Shamilov almost hunting his opponent there as Van Gansbecker looks to employ the Yoko Satemi was. He takes a bit of a whack to the head there, maybe a knee or something. He's really shaping up here, is Shamilov, looking for the finish. He does catch him. A little over a minute left to go. Shamilov on the board with that left-sided Uchimata.
Egyes számos visszatértésésen között a hungariát képviselő, Merencsel Kánbakára.
Odd seconds left to go. Has Shamilov got enough left in the tank to take him to the end of this before Van Gansbecker comes back, and he almost did there, the Belgian. We've just got a few seconds left of this quarterfinal, and then we'll move down to mat number 1. Well, I don't think he's going to come back from here. Shamilov is going to take this one. Let's go down to mat number 1. We're going to pick up the action in the first of the semi-finals. In the under 48 kilo category, the number 1 seed District Krasniki of Kosovo goes up against Shira Rishoni of Israel. It'll be Krasniki in the white judogi, Rishoni in blue. There is no score as yet. We've only had the first minute, and Rishoni has picked up a single Shido.
Number 3, winner of the quarterfinal, in blue for Russia, Yakub Shamilov. Shamilov goes to the semi-final. The number 2, next quarterfinal, men under 60 kilo, in white for Portugal, Rodrigo Lopes. In blue, representing Russia, Yakub Abdulaziz. The number 3, representative for men under 60 kilograms, in white for Kazakhstan, Gusman Kyrgyzbayev. In blue for Mongolia, Haklajan Sulbul.
I've been impressed with District Krasniki today. Fought really well. She's got this contest, and if she wins here, then the final. Could be such a big moment for her. To her confidence, absolutely a power of good. And just confirm really that she is one of the biggest threats in the weight category. Second penalty picked up by Rashoni. Mind you, things were looking dicey for her in a previous contest. She managed to come through. This time it's Nikki who picks up the penalty for that gripping infringement. It was against Dolgova that Rashoni came through with a really nice Ashiwaza. Through the Russian for Ippon. Is Nikki going to be taken into golden score? Good pressure again from Krasnicki. Nice and upright. He's been all the time, moved well. Almost on the receiving end of that left-sided effort from Rashoni. That was nice and sharp from the Israeli super lightweight. Getting low and left-sided with that Ippon Sternagi. Strong position now from Krasnicki, not able to come up with the finish. However, just a foot tap that brought Rashoni down onto her knees. Again, dominant, not able to come up with a big attack to come up with the score. Just shading it for me now, as Nikki again goes for the big grip. Rashoni overly defensive here, came up with that attack, but it was a 4-1. Just on the limit. That most of that was defensive. She was sticking that left elbow into the hip, trying to keep Krasnicki away from her. Krasnicki's got to make this tell now. Yep, there you go. That was perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing. Great work from Bistria Krasnicki against an extremely difficult opponent in Shira Rashoni. And a good effort from the Israeli fighter to take Krasnicki into golden score, put some pressure on her. But in the end, it was the threat, a throwing threat from Kosnicki that saw the Israeli just get that little bit bent over. The posture wasn't that great, and in the end, she went over. Distra Krasnicki into the final. Well, her opponent will be whomsoever it is that wins the second semi-final, and that's between Andrea Stoyadinov of Serbia. She's up against Paula Pareto of Argentina, the current Olympic champion. It's Stoyadinov in the white judogi, Pareto in blue. Well, as is usually the case with Paolo Pareto, non-stop attack from the get-go. Likes to be first. Stoyadinov is going to have a real job on her hands here dealing with Pareto. Tactically, Pareto does not allow her opponents to attack first. Always manages to get in the first attack. Very rarely is she on the receiving end. You normally get 1, 2, possibly even 3 attacks from Pareto, and that kind of the weight of attacks usually results in her opponents picking up penalties. That is the case here. Stoyadinov has not been out of it, but there's just a feeling that's generated by that busy persona of Pareto that is always doing something. That time she lost contact with the hand.
A hármas számú szőnyegen Köti 60 kg-os elődöntő következik. Szőnyeg elé fehér oldalon Magyarország színeiben. Nagy
Way too far away, I'm afraid.
Robert Visudeda.
He's doing well here, Stoyadinov. Stay in there with the Olympic champion. Good little battle.
Keep the social distance on the tribune. Once again, according to the protocol rules, we kindly ask you please keep the social distance.
Not a bad effort. Just couldn't quite get the feet in the right place. I'd like to have been a little bit further across. It was more of a threat.
Дорогие зрители, прошу вас держать дистанцию на трибунах. Это у нас правила протокола. Еще раз просим вас.
Follow that up a little bit quicker once you unsettle Pareto with a little ashiwaza. Really need to be quick with the combinations here. Yeah. The rather unattractive collection of efforts from Paolo Pareto just resulted in a second penalty being picked up by Stojadinov. And the Serbian coach threw his hands in the air, and quite rightly so. It's difficult for his fighter to attack if all that's happening is Pareto is continually just throwing herself at the feet of her opponent. So that one was reversed, and Yardinov avoided picking up the second penalty. And Pareto should have a penalty against her for force attack. Thanks very much. That was just what the referee was pointing out there. This can't get turned as we saw Paolo Pareto did there, to get the feet in the right position. And Pareto showed Stojadinov where her feet should go for that technique. Right at the death. That came up. Pareto into the final of the under 48 kilo category. She'll face Bistria Krasniki of Kosovo. We're going to go down to mat number 3. There's a semi-final taking place there between Naji David of Hungary. He's up against Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. We join the contest with Shvidabadze leading by Wazari with a little over a minute left to go. Naji David has picked up 2 penalties. It's Naji in the white judogi, Shvidabadze in blue.
Now we have 2 tatamis remaining, tatami 2 and tatami 3.
Now Shvidabadze picking up a second score there. So Shvidabadze into the final of the under 60 kilo category. There's a quarter-final taking place on mat 2, and as much as we'd like to have a look at Daria Biladid, she is fighting a weight class above. We do have the number 1 seed in the quarter-final on mat 2. So let's go to mat number 2. We'll pick up the action in that quarter-final between Amandine Bouchard of France. She's up against Amber Reul of Belgium. Bouchard, by the way, has just had to step off the tatami to have a little blood just wiped away from an injury. We've got half a minute left to go. Bouchard leads by Wazari. It's Bouchard in the white judogi, Reul in blue. So Bouchard it is who ends things off in style. She takes her place in the semi-final. Biladid, by the way, has also ended her contest with a Nippon win. That's in the repechage. She'll be in the bronze medal contest in the under 52 kilo category. We're now going to jump back to number 3, mat number 3, by the way, because there is a semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. Andrea Kitsu of Romania. Romania goes up against Fabienne Kosher of Switzerland. It's Kitsu in the white judogi,
The number 3
Kosher
semi-final for
in
women under 52
blue.
kilo. In white for Romania, Andrea Kitsu. In blue for Switzerland,
Well,
Fabian
two
Kocher.
Swiss fighters on adjoining Matt's shop in the under 52 kilo category quarterfinal. Kosher in the under 52 semi-final ready. And they're both battling it out.
Your friends, after this contest, there will be a short break for cleaning the nice.
Hölgyeim és uraim, a mérkőzéseket követően egy rövid szünetet tartunk, melynek során elvégzik a tatami tisztítását.
Well, you can't say that they're not going for it. Both fighters eager and keen to be attacking. 2.5 minutes to go. No score as yet. Nice Ashiwaza effort there from Kitsu. Just had Kosher hopping away to defend. Uchimata didn't control the arm, but that time with Yojigari in the other direction did. Yeah, Kitsu completely looking to go the other way. And Fabian Kosher taking advantage of that, flat on her back. Kosher it is, who finds herself in a fine living under 52 kilo category. Great news for her, happy days. Well, we see what's happening with her teammate down on mat number 2, because Evelyn Schopp is up against Astrid Netto of France on the adjoining mat. Let's go to mat number 2. We'll join the contest with a little over a minute left to go. There's no score. Astrid Netto has picked up a single Shido. It's Schopp in the white judogi, Netto in blue.
The repechage for 166 kilo in one for Mongolia, Baldukoch in blue judogi representing Belgium.
Yep, brought down there Netto onto her side, or Saikomi as well. And just like a London bus, you wait so long for one, and then two of them come along at the same time. The Swiss fighters both make it into the final of a Grand Slam. That's got to be a first. That has to be a first. Right. Well, we shouldn't get too involved in the quarterfinal lineup because we've got a semi-final not too far off in the distance on mat number 3. That's going to be between Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan and Yakub Shamilov of Russia. The fighters are not quite ready for us here on mat number 2 anyway. So in preparation for that semi-final, what we're going to do is we'll forego the Abdullah Abdul-Jalilov contest. Well, anyway, it's over. Batoktov has won on mat number 3, and they were going to have some cleaning up anyway. So let's go down to mat number 3, because even if they are going to clean up, they're cleaning up on mat number 2 anyway. So we're not going to be suffering from any delay, and they're not. They're just going to get straight on with the Safarov Shamilov contest. And I'm sure that those of you at home who've been listening to the broadcast this morning will know that the COVID protocols require that we clean the tatami every hour. So you'll have had a couple of delays for that already. Right. Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan in the white judogi, Yakub Shamilov of Russia in blue. Semi-final in the under 60 kilo category. Our apologies for the poor sound quality. It will only be for today. We should have this sorted out by tomorrow. And the reason for that is that I'm having to do the commentary remotely from Trinidad, where I happen to be. Well, it's where I live. I live in Tobago, and the borders are yet to be opened. So in order to get commentary, we have to use some technical wizardry. And unfortunately, the wizardry was only partly successful. So although you have commentary, it's not of the highest quality, but we shall have that sorted out by tomorrow. Indeed, in the final block, it will be dealt with slightly differently. So we should have full quality production for the final block. So just this morning, our apologies, or this afternoon, our apologies for that. Last of the contests on mat 3, this semi-final in the under 66 kilo category, and then once we move to mat 2, we'll stay there and finish off the remaining quarterfinals and semi-final. And then before we close for the first part of the day, of course we'll be back with the final block, but before we close for the first part of the day, I'll give you a rundown of the lineup for the medal matches in each of the 5 weight categories that we've got for you. And as I mentioned the word match in the word matches. I think if I'm going to go with a choice of word match or contest, I think we're always going to refer to them as contests. And the reason for that is that we now have a team event in the Olympic Games. And whenever we've got a team event, then if the match is between Azerbaijan and Russia, then everything that takes place with the fighters we refer to as contests. So a match consists of 6 contests, 3 men and 3 women. So in order to avoid confusion, I think from now on I'm always going to try to refer to these as contests, whether we've got a team event going on or not. Just makes it that little bit easier. And I think hopefully that will make us kind of uniform across the events. So if it's an individual event, we'll still use the word contest. Hope that gives some kind of clarity, I suppose. Safarov is about to pick up the 3rd penalty here, I think. If he does, that'll be him out of the contest. Yeah, it is. Well, Shamilov can't do anything. There's no handshake available, so he bows and off he goes.
Representing
And
Russia.
Gorkan Safarov just has to take that one on the chin, I'm afraid. Into the final goes Yakub Shamilov. Safarov will have to come back and battle it out for the bronze medal. Right, we will have judo only now on mat number 2, so we may as well go down to mat number 2. It will be the quarter-final between Abdullah Abduljalilov of Russia. He's up against Tador Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. It will be Abduljalilov in the white judogi, Nurilayev in blue. And once again, apologies for the quality of the commentary. We will have that sorted out by tomorrow. But thanks very much for your company. So many of you have been able to join. Glad that you could join us for this. Underway with this semi-final, quarter-final, sorry, this for a place in the semi-final.
The preliminary contest on tatami 3 has finished.
Hölgyeim és uraim, a selejtezőmérkőzések befejeződtek a 3-as számú szőnyegen is.
Still got a few contests to go, and maybe not quite the time to give you a full rundown. We've actually got the second of the semi-finals in the under 66 kilo category already lined up. Yakub Shamilov of Russia will face how does that work out? I might have to have another look at that. In the under 66 kilo category. Because we had a larger entry, yeah. Anyway, when we get to giving you the rundown, I will. I won't interrupt the action here. Good pressure coming there from Nurilayev. Maybe just a little bit taller than his opponent, Nurilayev, over Abduljalilov. He almost climbed into that one. Now, that pressure does tell. Nurilayev gets on the board with 1:40 left to go. Abduljalilov then has some work on his hands to come back from here. Azari down with less than 1.5 minutes. And the Uzbek looking strong, to be honest. Time running out for Abduljalilov. Clever little effort there from Nurilayev. No real chance of getting countered from there. But he wanted to engage Abduljalilov on the ground. And for a time he did. Probably took 15 seconds off the clock. Just made things that little bit easier for himself and a little bit harder for Abduljalilov, but he should pick up a penalty for a false attack there. That really, on the back of what we've just seen, wasn't going anywhere. He's not interested any longer. You know, breaking off the grips and the two little efforts that we've seen there, and the speed with which he's perfectly happy to lie flat on his back. And now Matthew Bataille, the referee, decides he's seen enough as well and gives him a penalty. Whoa! No way! Incredible. Well, you asked for that. You know, there's no good looking over here at the table. You looked to be running. You weren't interested. You didn't want to get involved. You switched off, and in switching off, you ended up giving up the contest.
Abduljalilov goes to the semi-final. Representing Uzbekistan, Nurilayev goes to the repechage.
Oh, well. I shouldn't laugh, but, you know, everyone watching at home, you could see that coming. There was no need for him to employ those tactics. He looked so good throughout the contest. And the minute that he changed tack and looked to become overly defensive, he invited Abduljalilov to go on the attack, to throw everything at him. And all that Nurilayev was looking to do was lay on his front and be defensive. Well, he paid for it. Right, up next, William Lima of Brazil up against Juan Postigos of Peru. It's an all Pan-American battle here. Lima in the white judogi, Postigos in blue. I dare say that this is not the first time that they've gone head to head. Postigos is better known to us. He's been around for that little bit longer. Still got a good bit of judo to bring you here. I don't know, maybe 25 minutes or so. Hopefully you are enjoying the broadcast. We'll make a couple of improvements today for tomorrow's broadcast, when I hope I'll be able to bring you higher quality audio. My apologies for that. Postigos picks up a penalty. Nice effort from Lima. Just managed to squeeze that score out. Oh. He was making an athletic effort to avoid getting caught. But yeah, he stayed on there. Lima leads now with how long left to go? Just over a minute. Well, slightly longer than a minute, isn't it? Look, just under a minute and a half. Time enough. He's tried that a few times. It hasn't come off yet. Almost did there. Possibly it did. Well, the second effort could have brought something about. Maybe a little bit generous. We shall see. We're going to review this one. Right, well, what they'll be looking for is the landing on the scoring part of the body. And they decided that there was sufficient enough landing on the scoring part of the body to give a score. I do have to say very, very quickly that those of you that watch American football. There are millions and millions of dollars spent in their review system, and because it's very, very much like judo that's done on a judgment, you can often hear, the expert pundit who's called in to give his advice, the former high quality referee, and he says, yeah, that looks like a touchdown to me. And then they say, no, it isn't. And then he says, no, I don't think that they're going to call that as a touchdown. And said, yes, it is. So we're not alone in this review system. It's all about the opinions of those who are handed the job of interpreting the rules. It's one thing writing them down, it's another interpreting them. It's an exceptionally difficult task. Anyway, we've got the repechage contest in the under 60 kilo category between Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He's up against Rodrigo Costa Lopez of Portugal. It's Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Lopez in blue. And if I'm not mistaken, this morning when we came in here, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev was the number 1 seed. He tumbled at the quarter-final stage and now finds himself in a repechage contest. If he wins this, he could compete for the bronze medal. However, if he loses here, well, then it'd be a massive disappointment, having come in as number 1 seed and not made it to a medal contest. I suppose I could just go quickly through that. In the 48 kilo category, District Krasniki is in the final, so she's done what she should have done. The number 1 seed this morning, well, they had to withdraw, so they don't really come into it. 52 kilo category, Amandine Bouchard is in the semi-final. Oh no, she lost her semi-final, didn't she? Oh no, I did say that I would wait until the results of the various contests came up before I gave you a definitive rundown on who was in what contest. Yeah, unfortunately, with regard to replays, we don't today have one for you on the stream. It will be available in the final block, but we may have tomorrow. And I think those of you who are clever enough, you can work out when you are watching how to click on the 5 or 10-second button to take you back, so that you can almost get yourself the instant replay, but I don't have it handy today.
Dear speakers, once again we remind you that today is the first day of cross.
Right, I do think actually that the 48 kilo category is, well, I keep saying I'm not going to give you the rundown until I've got it. Maybe I should just stick with that, irrespective of whether there's a break in proceedings or not. Let's just do that, and then I won't get anything wrong. It's the vagaries of working at distance. Not that easy when you are continent and 6 hours distance. Matthew Bataille had a long look at that. Decided against giving the score. I'll go with him on that. Arm around the back from Lutfilayev. Lopez just sticks in that attack. Or is it Lopez? It's the Portuguese, or slightly different pronunciation. almost. Not quite in control there from Lutfilayev. He's such a dangerous fighter. Come at you from all directions. Minute 45 left to go. Lopez coming under serious attack now from the oncoming Lutfilayev. As I said earlier, won't want to end his day without fighting for a medal. Needs this contest in order to bring that about. And the Portuguese fighter picked up a penalty for that gripping infringement. That's one way of dealing with Lutfilayev. Every time he gets his hands on, you attack him. However, it's so physically draining that I don't know how much longer Lopez can keep it up. If you see what I mean, it's just looking ugly now, isn't it? Not particularly poor. He got away with that. Only just. Okay, you can get away with that one as well. But Lutfilayev, it just keeps coming and coming and coming. Lopez beginning to move like a boxer, just dancing around the ring, hoping that he finds some way of avoiding a knockout blow that Lutfilayev is looking to deliver any moment now. Slow to his feet, just doing his belt up. Here comes the Uzbek again, chasing down his opponent, trying to find an opening. Both fighters looking really tired now. Not surprising, they've given absolutely everything here. Odd seconds left to go. Really playing hard here. Lopez. No. Call that one. Yep, second penalty. 15 seconds left to go. Can't afford a step out or another drop. Big attack needed here by Lutfilayev, but he stumbles, wasting a few seconds. 9 seconds left to go. Lopez on the brink of taking this one, having come up with the only score. That'll do now. Gone. Whoa! Well, he does come up with a score right at the death. So, it will be golden score then. Right at the death. Lopez is not going to make this. Straight on. Missouri, no. Oh, okay. Came from the ground, they were going to say. Alright. Unlucky Mr. Lutfilayev, but it was close. No need for handshakes, just a bow and off you go. Lopez can hardly stand up. There's no good signalling you want to see the replay, the decision's already been made. Oh, and by the way, the people that you were asking for the replay from have only given it because they've seen the replay. So whilst you could have asked for a replay, if they hadn't looked at it, the fact of the matter is that they did, and having reviewed the replay, they decided against it. not easy, is it?
Welcome to the Hungary 150.
Right, we have a semi-final in the under 60 kilo category coming up now.
In blue jury,
Luka
representing
Kidze
Russia, Iago
of
Abuladze.
France goes up against Iago Abuladze of Russia. It's Kidze in the white judogi, Abuladze in blue. No chance of this being a stalemate then. These two going at it from Hajime. Right, so after the first minute, maybe they take a little bit of a breather. But once they've got their hands on each other, that's it. They're both big throwers. Neither of them wants to be on the receiving end of the throwing. Iago Abuladze has developed so quickly. Massive threat that he poses as a young judoka. Chance to work on the arm here. Needs to get out of there. He gets rolled, he'll be in some trouble. Just the right leg's in the wrong place. Sorry, that sounded very odd, didn't it? It's got wrapped up in a poor position for the turnover. Mistake there from Abuladze. You don't want to give that opportunity up. A nice roll. Both fighters with a chance here on the ground. Just who's going to take it. Yeah, interesting passage there. Neither fighter able to get good control of their attempted unusual Masai Komiwaza. With over a minute left to go, it's been all action so far. Question really, I think, is going to come down to one of staying power. Who's got enough to take them through to the end here? Right-sided effort from Luka Kidze. And the referee wants to have a look at something here. And what he was looking at was Abuladze's use of the hand with the leg there. And he fell foul of that below the waist rule and picked up a penalty. Another chance for Kidze to employ the turnover, but this time Abuladze is up to defending it. Single Shido against Abuladze as he attacks left-sided. Time running out here. He won't be able to free his legs in time to affect the Osaikomi. So we're going to go into golden score. Neither of these fighters wanted or relish the golden score period, but unfortunately for them, that's what they're going to have to deal with. Abuladze still looks in reasonable condition. Hasn't shown any signs of blowing hard as yet. Kidze also still reasonably upright, just getting his right arm and shoulder trapped there. Looked awkward for a moment. Here's that attempted turnover again. Not the first part. Okay, he's going to look to wrap the arm up. Now needs to free the leg, but it's not going anywhere. Evenly matched. At that time, it's Abuladze who comes up with the score. The Russian coach looking at him as though, I told you to try that. Why didn't you try it earlier? When he did, he came up with a good finish. So we've got a repechage contest coming up next in the under 52 kilo category. Amber Ale of Belgium goes up against Astrid Netto of France. It will be Real in the white judogi, Netto in blue. Neto, just trying to work things out here against Real. They drift off to one side. There's a little bit of judo from Neto to give up that penalty with that grip. Unforced error from the French fighter. Was under no threat at all. Difficult if you're fighting off the grips and inadvertently go inside there, but she'd taken that grip and held on to it. And now Umbrella joins Neto on a penalty. Well, looking to go over on that left side. Neto not really protecting it. On with the left hand on that left sleeve, making it slightly awkward for Belgium, but almost got caught there. And Real, in her desire to come up with a score, just put herself in a difficult position and almost got caught. Yeah, just avoiding to take a grip. I thought perhaps Real was the one who was looking to take a grip. Anyway, he got called as well, and both fighters have ended up with 2 penalties apiece. Ochigari just sits her opponent onto her backside. No score. Time for a big attack now from Amber Real. Done well to hang in there with Astrid Neto, who would have come into the contest as the favourite. Still there in golden score. Well, they're going to have a look at this one.
Links druk erop, hard doorpakken, rug naar binnen en niet met je voeten bij de rand staan. Goeie grip, hard in die grip, kom!
Unable to determine who they should give that one to, therefore no score. There was just a feeling that it was up to Amber Real to make something happen. Almost came up with the score there.
Carter.
No, having gone for it once, go for it again. Just keep pressing. And the other thing, if it is going to go on a penalty, make sure it doesn't go against you. Keep up the rate of attacks. And try and avoid getting caught. It all sounds very simple, doesn't it? But incredibly difficult when you're out there. We have 2 minutes of golden score. And now to come back with a big attack of her own, the Belgian. I just think she's done really well to hang in there. Another useful little Sutemi-Waza effort. Yoko Sutemi-Waza from Amber Rahul. Oh, there you go. Yep. Osai Komi gonna have to tap out of there. Not gonna move from that. And she does tap. Great work from Amber Rahul over Astrid Neto. So the Belgian will get an opportunity to compete for a medal. Bronze medal contest coming her way.
Visszamérkőzésen győzött Amber Rahul. Amber Rahul bronzéreket küzd majd.
Right, we've got 2 more contests to follow this semi-final. One repechage and one semi-final in the under 66 kilo category. But before that, we've got the semi-final in the under 52 kilo category between Amandine Bouchard of France and Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. It's Bouchard in the white judogi, Schopp in blue. There was a time when Evelyn Schopp was in a quarter-final and Fabienne Koscher, her teammate, was in the semi-final. I mistakenly, when I saw both of them win, mistakenly placed them in the final. Well, that is not the case. We've still got this semi-final to go. The other semi-final, however, with Fabienne Koscher has already taken place, and she did indeed win out there. So there is one Swiss fighter in the final. It may yet be that we could have 2. That was what I was alluding to earlier when I said that had never happened before. Not in a Grand Slam. But it is Amandine Bouchard of France who leads by Wazari here. We've only had 40 seconds or so. Bouchard was quick to get on the board. So a big task in front of Evelyn Schopp. She's going to come back from a Wazari down against the number 1 seed in the under 52 kilo category. With strong grip, however, and Bouchard is bent over and looking defensive. And he picks up a penalty. Can Schopp bring some more of that pressure severe. Even when she does, Bouchard finds a way to put in an attack. Here comes Shop again, attacking with the, as she was the first of all, that little Ochigari saw Bouchard stepping off the tatami to avoid the attack. Another strong grip. Yeah, but she gets caught. Second score from Bouchard. And that puts paid to any ideas of an all-Swiss final. Maybe an all-French-speaking final. But it's Amandine Bouchard of France. She takes her place in the final. She'll face Shop's teammate, Fabienne Kocher. Right, 2 contests to come. First of all, this repechage contest in the under 66 kilo category between Sardor Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. He goes up against Juan Postigos of Peru. It'll be Nurilayev in the white judogi, Postigos in blue. Nurilayev, who rather embarrassingly in an attempt to avoid getting called in his semi-final, employed some rather odd and unattractive tactics that eventually led to him being thrown for Ippon. So he'll be disappointed in having come so close and having made that error. But he can pick himself back up now, because if he can salvage, well, if he salvages anything from his visit to Budapest, it'll have to be 1, getting past Juan Postigos in this repechage contest, and then 2, defeating whomsoever it is that he faces in the bronze medal match. Those 2 things have to happen for Nurilayev to feel as though, well, it was worth it. Because I've got no doubt that his overriding memory of Budapest, if it was to end now, would be what a mess he made of the semi-final. So, for his sake, let's hope that he's able to tidy things up. Postigos, however, has got other ideas. He fought well today, Juan Postigos. He's lost out in that Pan American affair with William Lima. Those penalties came thick and fast, didn't they? 2 penalties picked up by Juan Postigos, 1 by Nurilayev. We've still got plenty of time left on the clock. But the proliferation of yellow cards doesn't bode well for this ending without a red. And the difficulty here for Juan Postigos is he's up against an opponent who really doesn't matter if he gets to close everything down, and they both pick up penalties. A horrible thing to say, but the players are not unaware of that possibility. It'd be nice if we could rule that out, however, given how often we've seen that kind of tactic employed, the likelihood is that Nurilayev is not unaware of the situation, and he's not entirely against the idea of it coming about. In any case, whatever it is that transpires with regard to who wins, it is going to be a while, because we've got to have a bit of disinfectant or whatever agent it is that they apply to disinfect that area and wipe it up. Right, the mat assistant taking full advantage of the opportunity to do a bit of spot cleaning. Making sure it's, look, here's another bit, he said. Can't fault him for his dedication. Well done. Nurilayev back on the tatami after having his fingers attended to. Well, I'm surprised they've made it this far without the addition to the penalties. Nurilayev maybe had some thoughts of an effort there, but if he did, he wasn't able to transfer the mental to the physical, because it didn't materialize. And it was a half effort. Postigos with a chance to work on the ground, but it's not going anywhere, and Matthew Bataille calls Mate. Left-sided Koso to Gaki, but Nurilayev was not only up to defending it, but he almost countered it. Backed up into this near right corner. It was a one-handed Uchimata effort from Nurilayev. He's falling away from his opponent. Move here. A third penalty picked up by Juan Postigos. Gifts the contest to Nurilayev, I'm afraid. So Nurilayev will do battle for the bronze medal when that final block comes in the late afternoon, early evening in Budapest. Meantime, we come now to the last contest of the
It's time for the
preliminaries,
last
call them the preliminaries.
semi-final today. Ring number 66 kilo.
Férfi 66 kg-os elődöntő
Abdullah
következik.
Abduljalilov
Női ruhában
of
szőnyegben, Oroszország
Russia
színeiben.
faces
Abdullah
William Lima
Abduljalilov
of Brazil. It'll be
kékben,
Abduljalilov in the white
Abdullah
judogi, Lima
színeiben.
in
William Lima.
blue. And immediately after this, I'll let you know the rundown for the final block. And then at some stage, I'll also give you a bit of information about the timing for this opening day's final block. Abduljalilov looking to go right-sided here, but William Lima got strong defense. Haven't seen anything that suggests that he's going to burst through there anytime soon. Well, we've seen William Lima employ that technique earlier on. I think he caught one postigos with it. Yeah, the second stab of that effort caught the Peruvian. But Abduljalilov was a little bit sharper there in defense and was able to keep the Brazilian out. Yeah, nice bit of shape from Abduljalilov. Feint one side, feint the other, and then an attack back the other way. But Lima wasn't fooled by that. Managed to avoid getting caught. So it's Lima now who needs a little bit of attention. And we're going to have our mat assistant back on just to tidy up a spot or two that may have come onto the contest area. shouldn't be long before we have things tidied up, and then we can be back underway. Right, so minor delay whilst we wait for William Lima to get some attention to cut on the finger, I think we were looking at when he went off. We'll see when he comes back on where there's any bandaging. Shouldn't take that long. Nicely balanced at the moment. No score between these two. We've got a little over a minute left to go. There's always this question when something like this happens with regard to who benefits more, the one who is left in the middle of the mat or the one who's gone off for medical attention. I always think that it's the one who's left in the middle of the mat. Their coach is fairly close by. They can have a word with the coach, get some instructions. They don't have to move anywhere. They don't have to concentrate on anything apart from the return of their opponent to the contest area, look at the scoreboard and see how things stand. Feel as though usually the fighter who has had to go off the tatami, who's at a disadvantage anyway. William Lima has returned to the mat with some fresh strapping on the right hand. It looks as though that was where the damage was. Oh, huge effort there from Lima, and right at the end, on the way out, almost caught by Abdul Jalilov. Slightly desperate looking lunge there from Abdul Jalilov. Easily dealt with by Lima.
Golden score.
You know, Abdul Jalilov just sets himself ready to launch his next attack. Thinks about the Osodagari, but not in the best position. Slightly off balance. And he has to gather himself again as Lima makes his way back to his start point, adjusting that bandage or that strapping on the right hand that had him off the tatami a moment or so ago. And he's got his left foot strapped as well, and the left wrist. He must have been in wars at some stage. He tries that little turn again. Jalilov able to block that from going any further by just wrapping the leg up. Right-sided effort from Abdul Jalilov, but 3 minutes already gone. With 4 minutes already gone, and now a minute of golden score, he hasn't got the same kind of power that he did earlier on, and he wasn't able to really threaten Lima. Not so either with the Ochigari that he just launched there. Lima able to defend that fairly easily. Again, he thinks about the Osodakari, but he can't get the left leg close enough. When the right leg goes out, it's too much of a stretch. He hasn't got a strong enough base from which to launch the reaping motion, the reaping action. Not sure what it is that he's done with his hand, actually. William Lima. Strapping's in a slightly odd place. Anyway, in all of that, Abdul Jalilov picked up a penalty. He's got a chance to do something on the ground here, but Lima defending strongly, trapped the leg again. And he's not in the best position for working anything out from here. Referee will call Mate. Stands the pair back up. We've had almost 3 minutes of golden score. If they go on for much longer, they can go straight into the final block. Not going to be not much of a break, I'm afraid. With the final block due to start in about 45 minutes, I think. Again, attacking on that right side. The Osodakari, a little bit closer this time from Abdul Jalilov. Good tempo from Abdul Jalilov. See what William Lima has got to offer up after that last phase when Abdul Jalilov was the aggressor. Oh, we just saw then came in for a big attack, a spectacular effort, but in the end it collapsed. He wasn't quite set to launch that attack, and when it collapsed, he almost ended up getting caught himself. Well, mercifully for Abdul Jalilov, he's only picked up the one penalty. Even if he has another one awarded against him now, he won't be out of it. I'm glad that didn't come about. Lima just beginning to nose ahead in this one. Good rate of attacks. Trying to engineer something from nothing really with that Temiwaza. Just keeps in the mind of the referee that he's the more aggressive of the two at the moment, William Lima. He's the one initiating the attacks. Abdul Jalilov a little bit, reacting to things. Yeah, slightly off balance in that last effort and just taken over by Abdul Jalilov. William Lima was the one making all the going at the end. Abdul Jalilov not able to get an attack in, but able to come up with a counter in the end. And it's Abdul Jalilov who finds himself in the final of the under 66 kilo category. Okay, well, let's take a look then at the lineup of the categories that we've got for you. Under 48 kilo category, the two bronze medal contests will feature Shireen Buckley of France. She goes up against Andrea Stoyadinov of Serbia, and the second bronze medal contest, it will be Ganbata Naransetse of Mongolia to go up against Shiri Rishoni of Israel. The final is Bistri Krasniki of Kosovo, the number one seed, going up against Paola Barreto of Argentina, the current Olympic champion. Right, under 52 kilos then, the bronze medal matches. Amber Rihal of Belgium goes up against Andrea Kitsu of Romania, and it will be Daria Biladid of Ukraine to face Evelyn Schopp of Switzerland. The final is Amandine Bouchard of France going up against Fabienne Kocher of Switzerland. In the under 57 kilo category, the number one seed, let's go from the bronze medal contest. Timna Nelson Levy of Israel faces Telma Monteiro of Portugal in the first of the bronze medal contest. The second bronze medal contest features Sanne Hagen of the Netherlands. She goes up against Karakas Hedvig of Hungary. And in the final, it's the number one seed, Jessica Klimke of Canada. She goes up against Helene Rossovaux of France. In the under 60 kilo category, bronze medal contest, Rodrigo Lopes of Portugal faces, hang on just a second, let me make sure that I've got this correct, Naji David of Hungary, that's right. And in the second of the bronze medal contest, Lagvajams Unabold of Mongolia goes up against Luka Kidze of France. The final is an all-Russian affair between Yago Abuladze and Robert Tridobadze. Right, then just the under 66 kilo category to tell you about. First of the bronze medal contest, Sardor Nurilayev against Orkan of Uzbekistan against Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan, and it will be Batoktok Erkenbaya of Mongolia to face William Lima of Brazil. The final, once again, an all-Russian affair. Abdul Jalilov go up against Yakub Shamilov. Okay, as far as timings are concerned, we've got a little over half an hour to go for the final. So 36 minutes time. We look forward to your company then. Just to tell you once more, my apologies for the lower quality today in the stream anyway of the audio. We will get that sorted and have it done for you tomorrow. Let's hope that we have a really good final block. Look forward to your company then, but from all the broadcast team in Budapest and from me here working remotely in Tobago, it's bye-bye for now. Bye-bye.